Turn up for this meeting for planning, and it's just the one item which we all know, which is Angler Square. We will run through the agenda as it's printed. Have we got any apologies for absence? Councillor Davis?
I have a point of order, Chair. Councillor Peake has not been able to read his papers ahead of this meeting.
I understand he read them online. That's what I've been told.
Chair, just to let you know that I have read some of the papers, but I haven't read them all, and I've been told I can actually sit on this committee.
Councillor Stooley?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to propose that we actually defer this meeting so that we can have Councillor Peake read all of his papers and all of us prepare fully for the meeting. And the reason for this is that we all received a 524 page pack only a week ago, and reading through it is possible in that time, but cross-referencing with all of the guidance and hundreds of other papers as well has proved difficult, if not impossible. So I would like to propose that we defer for a few weeks so that people can read the papers fully, and also so that we can have a site visit, which has been absent this year. Most of the people on the committee are new from the previous committee, and it would be helpful to have a site visit with a full explanation of where everything will sit, please.
Thank you, Councillor Stooley. I want to take legal advice on this. Leo, are you going to be our legal advice? Monitor officer.
I'll be happy to briefly discuss this with you, Chair, but in the first instance there's a proposal on the floor that would require consideration.
It's not been seconded. Seconded. No.
Would you like me to briefly to pop over and discuss?
And similarly, not having this digital report, some reason to defer, because no meeting has come in, and you can still record it even 1 or 2 months, but you don't have information. So I think, in the first instance, deal with Chancellor Stephen's motion to defer, because that's it. If that fails, then I think any councillor who sits here and probably says, I haven't read the papers, needs to
Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. Just a bit of legal advice there. We have a motion to defer this meeting to a later date and have a site visit. It's been seconded, and we're going to take that subject first. Is there any discussion? Anyone like any discussion on this? Councillor Davis?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Normally we receive planning papers through the post, even if it's something like an air filtration system for a takeaway. This time I would have expected them to have been couriered to us, especially in the middle of an election campaign. We were told they were online and we could collect them ourselves in person from City Hall. I didn't manage to collect mine due to work commitments until 4 p.m. on Monday. As you can see, I've done the best I can in that time, but there are 150 plans online, and there were also over 50 documents, some of which are over 100 pages, which need cross-referencing against these 524 pages. The plans in here are illegible. You cannot read the writing, they're pixelated. You have to check every plan against the online plans. I do not believe a week with no site visit is enough time for us to sit and discuss the most important regeneration scheme in Norwich.
Councillor Gowan.
As Councillor Davis says, it's an extremely important scheme, and I appreciate that everyone has come here today with the intention to give it full consideration and take a decision which the city needs. However, I do agree a week is a very short time to assimilate this amount of information, and if councillors haven't had the right amount of time, that is an important consideration. So, but I do agree it would be good. It would be ideal if we could get on with it today. I know a week is the amount of time we get to read papers.
Councillor Lovett.
I think that probably we all feel we've done the best that we can with the time that we've given, and certainly they were online over a week ago. We all have to balance certain priorities, and I would put my hand up to say that there were areas of this report that I had to sort of skim read to concentrate on the important areas. So I'm not going to say I read every word of it. There were areas where, you had to sort of just, read very quickly, and you were just skimming over to see what it actually said. So I think we will all agree we've done the best that we can, and I would not support deferring this really important meeting to another time. It's part of our constitution that we give a week's notice for planning applications, and this should have been brought up, ahead of time and not at this late stage.
Thank you. If there's no one else wish to say anything, Councillor Stookley.
Thank you for everybody's comments. I think it is important that we read all the papers from start to finish, and we've heard now that at least 2 councillors haven't, and I'm concerned as a member of the administration that we could be subject to another review if we go ahead with this meeting today, because the argument that councillors are not prepared and haven't read the papers and don't understand which we've just heard, don't understand the magnitude of what's before us. There is a real concern there about the process, and certainly we've met our statutory obligation in terms of a week's notice, but with something this important we really need to have much more time. We've known about this date for many months now, and certainly we've known about the Anglia Square has been on the horizon for a number of years, so I think a few more weeks would be a suitable solution where councillors can fully prepare, and Councillor Peake in particular, who told us this morning that he hadn't read the papers, would be able to therefore catch up, and I believe that is absolutely vital to this process.
I've only heard of one person said they didn't read the papers this morning. I heard another councillor saying she's gone through all her papers, might have skimmed through, but went through them, and you can still read them that quick. So, if there isn't no one, Councillor Peake?
I sat on Anglia Square planning before, and these papers I got late, and there's so much to read. As Councillor Stookley said, so much to digest. I think that should be postponed for another time. Okay,
it's been moved and seconded. No one else wishes to speak. We will straight to Councillor Lovett.
There was an inference from Councillor Stookley that I didn't understand the issues, the complex issues. That's not what I said. I skim-read some of the things, but I do understand all the complex issues that are part of this application.
Thank you. I'm not going to get in an argument about who said what and what. Councillor Stookley?
No, just come back. I'd like to apologise to Councillor Lovett for making that inference. I thought that's what you'd said. If you didn't, then I apologise.
Thank you. All those in favour of suspending this meeting?
It is a recorded vote. So the three members indicating that they're in favour. So that's Councillor Stookley, Davis and Peake.
All those against, councillor Graham? What was that head?
So you're, sorry, Councillor
You're voting
Graham,
in favour as well?
Defer, sorry, I beg
Okay.
your pardon.
All
So that's 4
those,
members voting for deferral.
all those against?
Those members voting against are Councillor Sam Sue, Councillor Mike Sands, Councillor Driver, Councillor Galvin, Councillor Lubbock, Councillor Thomas, Viv and Thomas, Vaughan, and Councillor Young. Are you, yeah, invested, thank you. Therefore, Chair, members have voted to proceed.
Thank you.
Presentation is fairly comprehensive. If we proceed at this stage, our opposing councillor significant risk of challenge to this decision because of the extent of the facility. As officers, we feel there is little choice but to follow but it's not just it. Can we just have 2 minutes just to talk back because we've got a bit of a plan.
Okay, we have a bit of a problem now. We're just going to take 2 minutes out of the meeting completely. If anyone wants to go to the toilet or do anything, they're glad to. And we'll just discuss this, this come up. meeting quite a bit of time for that bit of legal advice, which was now going to be explained to us and explain to us what's going to happen today. Leah, would you take us through the decision?
Thank you very much, Keith. And for the benefit of those present, I'm Leah Mickleborough, I'm the Council's Monitoring Officer. So the committee earlier made a decision on whether to adjourn the meeting for a site visit or whether to proceed in considering the application today. And the committee decided to proceed in considering the application today. When making a decision, all members have to be aware of the need to be open, fair and transparent when we are making decisions and respect the need to make sound and lawful decisions. And I think that's a point that's important to emphasise to all in the room. The officers will be making a very comprehensive presentation as the next stage in the process, which does cover all significant and material matters in the planning application, after which we'll be hearing from a range of speakers today with their differing thoughts and views on the application. At that point, we will be, or at the point whereby we've dealt with the officer presentations, we've dealt with the speakers, we'll be reminding members of that need to be open, fair and transparent in their decision making, and that if any member feels that based on all the information they've been presented with and heard today, they are unable to make a full and sound decision on the application, then we will be reminding them of the need to not take part in decision making. We will also give members the opportunity that if they feel it's appropriate at that stage to defer for a site visit, they are entitled to do so once they've had that opportunity to consider all the evidence. So on that basis, and under your direction, Chair, we will be proceeding with the meeting.
Thank you for that. Well, it looks like we're on Councillor Peake.
Yeah, I'm afraid I've been advised that I can't take part in this meeting because I haven't read all the papers.
You've been advised by me that you can take part in this meeting, and then when we go through to the decision where we either go for a site visit or not a site visit and carry on, if you feel like you've not heard all the evidence and the evidence you've read already, if you don't think you can make a decision one way or the other, then you can leave the meeting. Okay, so we'll start. Apologies in? What do you got?
No, I wasn't going to speak on that item, but I do just want to reiterate that I have read the papers from cover to cover. The point that I made and the reason why I brought that motion to defer is because I felt that I wasn't able to do the cross-referencing that I felt was necessary to formulate all the questions that I wanted to raise. And when it comes to decision making, the reasons that I give may not be able to quote specific DMs or MPFs. They will just be reasons.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. Apologies for absence. Jackie.
All members are present. We welcome Councillor Galvin to the meeting, who is taking place of Councillor Bogerline, who has resigned from the council.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Councillor Galvin. Not your first meeting for you. Declarations of interest, anyone? No, thank you very much. The planning application, as we know, there's only one, and I'll ask our planning officer to take us through the report. Tracy? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and morning, everyone. I'm Tracy Armitage. I'm a senior planner at the City Council, and I've been the case officer on this application since it was first submitted. So the application is a comprehensive development scheme involving demolition and new buildings comprising up to 1,100 dwellings, 8,000 square metres of flexible floor space for retail, commercial and community uses, along with 450 parking spaces and public realm improvements. And a full description of the development is appended to the report. And the site is large, and the proposed scheme includes a significant amount of development across the site in blocks that vary in height, massing and appearance. And what I'm attempting to do in my part of the presentation is to take you through the scheme so you have a good understanding of what is proposed, how it would be phased, and how it would be viewed from the surrounding area. So let's start. So just a reminder of where the site is, and the red line that you can see on the plan denotes the planning application boundary. There are two buildings that do not form part of the application, and that is up in the north east corner. There's the former bank, the Desh supermarket, that is excluded from the application. And in the southwest corner, the former Surrey Chapel, which is known as now the Newgate Church, is also excluded. But the rest of the site, of the shopping centre and office precinct and the buildings on Pitt Street, all form part of the application site, along with the two sites to the north on Edward Street. So a aerial photograph there, kind of, showing the extent of the buildings on the site at the moment. Sovereign House was built in the 1960s for the HMSO, and then the shopping centre and the multi-storey car park were built in the early 1970s. This was the original scheme and the concept back in the 60s and 70s. It was never fully built out. If I can just try and use my cursor. Okay. Okay. Thank you, David. There we go. Okay, so we can see Sovereign House in the image here, and the multi-storey car park, Gilden Gate House, the cinema. Originally there was proposed to be another large building fronting Pitt Street. That never happened, and obviously since then that part of the site has just been available as surface parking. Sovereign House has now been empty, not used for offices since the late 1990s, and the condition of it externally and internally, illustrates that lack of use for the last more than 20 years. Multi-storey car park also now been unused since about the 2014, I think it was last used. These photographs are just going to take you around the site, remind you of the buildings that are there at the moment and the context. So, Gilden Gate House, again a former office building, not been used since the late 1990s, has been used though for a number of years now as artist studios. That building is linked to St Crispin's Road by a bridge structure. Oh, sorry, that's just an image of the interior of Gilden Gate House, and you can see how it has been internally subdivided for that studio space. And that's the bridge structure, and that provides access to the upper level of the precinct where the cinema is, where the parking is accessed, and in fact that is the level where the offices were previously accessed from. There's the cinema, which has also been closed since 2019. And from that upper level of the precinct, you can kind of look down into the shopping square, and that's a good picture kind of showing the canopy, which provides sheltered seating and an event space, which has been very well used over time. Just going to the Magdalen Street frontage, the site has a very wide frontage onto that street. You can just see in the top of the photograph there, the St Crispin's flyover. And the land under the flyover has long kind of blighted the street in this location, and it's been an aspiration for the council for some time to get that land improved. So back onto Magdalen Street. This photograph shows kind of the rather awkward overhang of the building over the footway. Access from Magdalen Street via Anne's Walk takes you into the shopping square. And further along Magdalen Street, looking down towards the flyover, you can see the buildings, but in the foreground there's 100 Magdalen Street, which is the building I've described as being outside of the application site. Moving on to Pitt Street, a large number of buildings that front that frontage. Sitting behind 47 to 49 Pitt Street is a former warehouse stable building that is referred to in the committee report in a number of locations. Moving round the corner where the roundabout is, we can see the site frontage 43, 45 Pitt Street is locally listed. See Sovereign House in the background. And as we move further around the corner, former Surrey Chapel, Citygates Church, which is the second of the two buildings on the main site, which are not within the application site. So just looking across the road at this point, we've got St Mary's House, St Crispin's House, and I'll come back to that shortly, and other office buildings on that frontage, which include Stannard Place and Austin House, and back to St Crispin's House because that's currently being converted and extended up to 8 stories for student accommodation. Finally, the two sites to the north of the main site, both on Edward Street, both currently used as surface parking. This is one of the sites with the rear properties on Leonard Street in the background. And then onto the other section of Edward Street. This is the second of the two satellite sites. You see Dallimond Court, and this is an old photograph when Beckham Place was being constructed, and those buildings are now complete. Okay, so the application, the report in front of you describes the fact that this is a hybrid application, in that full day details have been submitted for development on part of the site, but the rest is in outline, with full details being subject to reserve matters, future reserve matters. So this plan here identifies the part of the site that we have full details for. So in terms of new buildings, that, and I'll be referring to these as we go through the presentation, it's Block B, Block C, Block D, A, M, K, L and J3 are all part of that detailed submission. Okay, this plan shows the proposed buildings to be demolished. That includes the entire shopping office precinct, the bridge link onto St Crispin's Road, and the buildings on Pitt Street. This is an extract from the City Centre Conservation Area appraisal. This shows that the office shopping precinct is identified as a group of negative buildings, as well as one of the other buildings on Pitt Street. Sovereign House and Gildengate House are both identified as negative landmarks within the conservation area. And I think you can just see in this corner, it's 43, 45 Pitt Street, which are the locally listed buildings I pointed out to you earlier on in the photograph. This is the ground floor master plan of the development. It shows the layout of the development. On the main site, 10 blocks are identified, arranged around a new Anglia Square and new routes that are proposed to run through the site. These routes are referred to in the committee report, and I'll just identify them to you at this stage. So there is a north-south route proposed through the site. That is referred to as St George's Street. There's an east-west route running through the site, through the proposed New Anglia Square. That is referred as Bottle Street. There's a route proposed running along the south boundary of the site, parallel with St Crispin's Road. That's referred to as Cherry Lane. And then there is a series of secondary routes running between the blocks. Within the detailed part of the application, we have Beckham Place, Anne's Walk, and in the outline part of the site, Tooley Lane, Sovereign Way, and Calvert Yard. Sorry, I'm going to go back. Okay, so back to the ground floor master plan. The colours that you can see on the plan relate to different uses. So it's a mixed use development. The yellow colouring that you can see denotes, identifies the location of the non-residential floor space. And the description of development, as I say, seeks for up to 8,000 square metres of this floor space, which is proposed for a variety of town centre uses, including flexible Class E community uses and sui generis uses. Block D, here. This is the location of the proposed community hub. The northern part of that building on the ground floor is proposed as a community space that could be hired by individuals, groups. The rest of the ground floor is proposed as a community hub, which would be the location for the kind of management suite for the new residential quarter. It would include a parcel collection facilities and other floor space for other types of uses, including social gathering spaces and potentially meeting spaces and hot desking facilities for not only use for the new residents but also for the wider community. The two sites to the north are both, that you can see that they're coloured blue. Blue denotes residential, so they are two residential sites. And then going to the outline part of the application, full details of these blocks would be subject to reserve matters applications, and therefore the details you can see are to some degree indicative. But I'll be showing you plans shortly which establish the design parameters for those blocks, and that includes their size, their height, the access principles. So what you can see here kind of illustrates those parameters which we will look at shortly. So I hope you can see here, it's a bit pale, and it's the colours are paler because it is outline. But within the outline parts of the site, residential features more on the ground floor level. You have commercial floor space proposed in the kind of location around Anglia Square and on the kind of routes to the square, and some commercial accommodation on the Pitt Street frontage. In terms of parking, up to 450 spaces are proposed, almost entirely for the new residents of the development. All residential spaces will have active EV charging. Other than parking on the site described as Site B, most of the parking would be within undercroft parking within the larger blocks. So Block A, Block E, EF, G and J would all have podium parking within the core of those buildings. Can you just to the south of Block B, there's a designated car club car park proposed, which would have, depending on demand, a minimum of 3 parking spaces for car club vehicles and up to 5 if demand suggests more are required in the future. This is the first floor master plan for the site, and you can see that it becomes bluer in colour, so more residential at first floor level, and that residential use continues really, on the upper floors as you go up the height of the development. Commercial development is proposed in block K and L on the first floor, and there's an element of block KL in this location. Lost my pointer. Okay, here. So this element of block KL is a proposed four-storey commercial building. Okay, so I'm now going to those parameter plans that I've mentioned. These set the parameters for the whole site, including the particularly the outline parts of the site, which we don't have the full details for. So the first plan we have denotes the number of stories proposed across the site, and generally that range is between 2 and 8 stories. For the detailed blocks, the range is between 2 and 7 stories. So blocks B and C to the north of the main site are 2 and 2, there's a terrace of 2-storey houses proposed on block B, as well as a 3 and 4-storey block of flats, and on block C, again 3 and 4 stories. Moving around the side hedges, on Magdalen Street, we have a range of height between 3 and 4 stories. On Edward Street, predominantly 4 to 5, and on New Botolph Street, 4 and 5 stories. In terms of the outline sector of the site, on the Pitt Street frontage, we have a variation in height between 4 and 6 storey along this section of the frontage, and as you move closer to St Crispin's roundabout, 4, 6 and 7 stories. St Crispin's frontage, this is an 8-storey block, 4 stories rising to 6. The 8-storey block here is approximately in the position of Sovereign House as it stands today. As we move away from the side hedges, again there's variation in height, and I think can't see it very clearly there, but the variation in the colour denotes variation in height, so there is a variation in height towards the middle of the site. However, there's more of a concentration of the taller blocks, and 7-storey buildings, elements of blocks are proposed in that kind of central location. So this slide relates to the development parcels proposed within the outline part of the application. So these show the approximate location of blocks E, F, F, H, G and J within a tolerance of plus or minus 1 metre. And these larger blocks E, F, G and J, are proposed as perimeter blocks, so with parking on that ground floor level, potentially a level above, but then the perimeter blocks would be centred around a podium garden decked level. Again, another parameter plan which relates this time to uses. The colours that we can see here really reflect what we saw on the master plan earlier on. So where you can see a yellow frontage, this denotes kind of a non-residential commercial frontage at ground floor level. The colour that you can see on block D reflects the community hub use at that ground floor level. And the pink that you can see both within the outline part of the site and within the detail part of the site denotes residential use. And we have a use parameter plan for each story of the proposed development. And I've only got 2 or 3 here to show you. This is the first floor. So again, within the outline part of the site, once you get to first floor, it's residential, with some commercial frontage onto Anglia Square and potentially on the corner of the site where the roundabout is. And as you then go up to the second floor, it becomes exclusively residential, other than that element of block KL, which I identified as a 4-storey commercial building. In terms of access, I've described to you already the kind of primary and secondary routes that are proposed to be created through the site. These are proposed as car-free routes, would provide emergency access, but other than that, they would be car-free. The exception is to this southern boundary of the site, where it's proposed that a reconfigured access from St Crispin's Road would provide access to the parking cores of blocks G and J, to the parking behind Newgate Church, and also to provide a servicing route along that southern boundary. This parameter plan relates to public realm and identifies those car-free spaces and routes that are proposed through the site. The Anglia Square is shown in this location. There's also on St George's Street, which runs from north to south. The committee report refers to a proposed green space within the development described as St George's Gardens. Okay, I'm now going to take you through a sequence of plans that show how the development would be phased. So the first plan looks at demolition. Phase 1 demolition would include this area to the north of the main site, so where the multi-storey car park is, and that part of the shopping centre, and also buildings on Pitt Street. So Pitt Street buildings and that northern sector would be demolished in phase 1. Phase 2 would be the Magdalen Street frontage of the shopping centre where the cinema is. And the third phase of demolition would be the Sovereign House and that central part of the centre. So in terms of construction, that means phase 1 construction is buildings D and A and M, and also buildings on the 2 northern sites, Block B and Block C. Phase 2 construction, Block KL and J3 on the Magdalen Street frontage. Phase 4 construction, these central blocks, which are H, G and J. And the last phase of construction would be that Pitt Street frontage, blocks E, EF and F. So this is the site as today. The first step would be the construction site set up, and that would be set up on the existing surface level car park. Those red buildings show that those buildings proposed for demolition in phase 1. That allows for the ground floor base of each of the blocks to be constructed. And then upwards, you get the residential development proceeding. So subject to the decision made today, if it were to be approved, construction on, well, phase 1 would start towards the end of this year and would continue to around 2025. Within that phase 1, there's a total of 264 dwellings proposed, 46 affordables on blocks B and C would form that phase 1. Following the completion of phase 1, that provides new accommodation on the ground floor for existing tenants from other parts of the shopping centre to be potentially relocated into. Phase 1 includes highway improvements on Edward Street and New Botolph Street. These include improved crossing facilities, providing for parallel crossing for pedestrians and cyclists. This is the Edward Street junction with New Botolph Street with and this entrance here is into the new site B. The following stage would be for the public realm spaces and improvements to be carried out around those blocks. Phase 1 also includes a scheme for under the flyover. Moving to phase 2. Magdalen Street frontage. And I'll just point out that phase 2 demolition includes part of Gildon Gate House, but not all of Gildon Gate House. There we go. You'll notice that within the report there is reference to a viability review mechanism in the section 106, which would allow viability to be reviewed at certain points within the development. One of those trigger points is 30% occupancy. That 30% occupancy would be triggered part way through the occupation of phase 2. So again, once the phase 2 is completed, there's an opportunity for relocation of commercial uses into that new floor space. More highway improvements in phase 2. They include a new crossing on Magdalen Street, as well as bus stop improvements. This plan shows the new crossing. At the moment, there are 2 northbound bus stops and 1 southbound. It's proposed there should be improved capacity provided in that location to provide 3 bus stops in both directions. Public realm would follow that, would come forward as part of that phase 2, including the new Anglia Square in this central location. Phase 3 demolition. Oh, I don't think I told you the duration of that. So phase 2, 2025 to 2026, 89 dwellings in that phase, 28 affordable within this block KL, which fronts Magdalen Street. So phase 3 demolition. Oops. slide. Oh, sorry, we're missing a slide. I think it comes this, there we go. So the central part of the development is constructed in phase 3, roughly 2026 to 2028. So large phase, up to 425 dwellings in that phase, but the final number wouldn't be known until reserve matters were approved. The 60% trigger referred to in the committee report would be triggered partway through occupation of that third phase. And then the fourth phase is the Pitt Street frontage. So now turning to the details of the blocks that are within the detailed application. Starting with the 2 satellite sites to the north, we have Block B, which is a terrace of 11 two-bedroomed houses and a block of flats in a 3- and 4-storey block. You can see properties on Leonard Street. It's 3 or 4-storey blocks, so this just shows that 4th storey. Elevations, traditional design, traditional materials, brick and tile. This is the 3 and 4-storey block of flats. This is a detailed base study showing the appearance in colour of that block. We've had a series of CGIs submitted with the application. These do not form part of the kind of formal plans that would be subject to a decision. They're produced for marketing purposes, but I think they are helpful just to show. This CGI is taken on Edward Street, and I've only included it in this location because this building here is actually part of that Block B 3 and 4-storey block. And just whilst I'm here, this is Block A and Block M in view. So going to the second of the 2 satellite sites, this is Block C, a L-shaped block arranged around a communal garden. That's just showing the 4th storey with the 3-storey element to the northern part of the site. Some elevations. A detailed base study, again traditional brick. And a CGI showing from Edward Street, looking across the road to Block C, and Block A is just on this side of that view. So going back onto the main site now, and I'm going to go through the blocks, starting with Block D and then moving around, finishing with Block J3. Block D, we discussed already. This is on the ground floor, intended to perform a community hub, community space function. As you go up onto the first floor, that community function that extends up to the part of that first floor, but then we get residential, and that residential use then continues up onto the upper floors. This block includes a roof terrace, communal roof terrace for residents, and some elevations. A detailed base study, and this building is proposed to be constructed in a distinctive pale, almost white brick detailing being proposed, kind of a fluting detail at the upper floors. We have a CGI for that block. This is taken kind of on Edward Street, we have got Block B, just in the view here. Block A is the largest block within the detailed part of the application. So it fronts Edward Street, Beckham Place and Bottle Street and the northern section of St George's Street. Again, in terms of the colouring, you can see that a substantial amount of that ground floor space is proposed for commercial uses. It has a residential ground floor frontage onto St George's Street. Public toilets and a new changing place facility is proposed in this location. Some parking is proposed at ground floor level, but then there's a ramp down which would provide access to a basement car park. Upper floors are residential. It's arranged like a perimeter block, so the central part of that built form is an open podium garden. There are no exclusively north-facing dwellings proposed across the development, and this slide just sets out the kind of strategies that have been deployed to try and avoid exclusively north-facing units, to allow that, to at least part of the front, to allow at least partial southern aspect for those units. This plan just shows some typical layouts of 4 different types of flats of different size and locations. This first image is a 1-bedroom flat. This second one is a kind of a flat that extends the full width of the block. If you can see in this location here, there are a number of flats that are configured in that way. Then you have a flat which is located on an external corner of a perimeter block with 2 frontages. And then this image is an internal corner, so a building that has a frontage onto the podium deck. In terms of the roof level, this image shows the central podium garden. So flats that are at that podium level would have their own private delineated share of that space, and then the central part of that podium garden is proposed for communal use. Block A also has 3 further external roof terraces which are intended to be for communal use, and then this plan also shows that Block A has some green roofs, and 2 types of green roofs are proposed: sedum and then a wildflower blanket substrate. Elevations, just go through this. This is the elevation onto Edward Street, onto Beckham Place, onto Bottle Street, and onto St George's Street. This is taken kind of a cross-section through the block, showing that raised podium garden space. Another one. And then some detailed base studies of how the appearance of this block varies. There's a variety of brick fenestration and brick detailing that is deployed across this block. So this detailed base study is a frontage which would front Bottle Street again. This is the kind of corner that would be adjacent to Anglia Square. This is at the top of St George's Street. And again, I showed you this one earlier, but this is showing a view of Block A from Edward Street. Block M is the next block. This is the block that sits behind the former bank, Dash supermarket. Again, ground floor commercial. This unit, quite a large unit, is proposed for a new food store in phase 1. This block also includes a covered delivery yard for use by the commercial premises that would occupy the new floor space. Upper floors, blue, residential. And again, these, there would be an upper level communal garden. This image here shows that. Elevations. This is the elevation which would face the former bank. The elevation facing Edward Street. Anne's Walk and Beckham Place. A cross section through the site showing that raised communal garden. And a couple of detailed base studies. This is the corner of the block which would front Anglia Square, i.e. the ground floor would be where the new food store is proposed. And this is an elevation facing Edward Street. So a variety of different brick colours are proposed across the scheme, as well as a variety of different brick texturing details. Block KL, so Magdalen Street is here. This is Anne's Walk, Anglia Square, Bottle Street. Large block, generally, well, almost exclusively commercial on the ground floor, other than kind of entrances to residential lobbies accessing the upper floors. That commercial use extends up to the first floor, and in relation to this element, up a further 2 floors. So the residential accommodation then is arranged around that central podium garden. And the image here shows that podium garden, as well as a communal roof terrace that's proposed on the 6-storey block, which fronts Anglia Square. Again, you can see this green tone reflects proposed green roof finishes. Elevations. First elevation is onto Anne's Walk, Magdalen Street, Bottle Street, and onto Anglia Square. Some cross sections through the site, again showing that central podium space. And some detailed base studies. This is the Magdalen Street frontage, Anne's Walk, onto Bottle Street, and fronting onto the main Anglia Square, and that is a CGI showing that frontage. And finally, the last block within the detailed application is block J3. This is a smaller block. St Crispin's flyover is adjacent to this building. Commercial ground floor, residential upper floors, some elevations, distinctive dark brick is proposed for this particular building. Okay, so that's the detailed elevations of the blocks within the detailed part of the application. I just want to go now to the landscape master plan. So we've talked about these spaces being designed as public realm, car-free spaces. They are intended to be tree-lined, so we have trees running across the site, east to west. We have and trees running north-south along the alignment of St George's Street, as well as tree planting along the street frontages onto Edward Street and Pitt Street and onto St Crispin's Road. A variety of hard surface material is proposed across the scheme, and a variety of types of planting. Most of the trees proposed across the site will have understory planting as part of them. And at the upper level, because the landscape proposals are kind of multi-layered, this plan just shows that upper level for the detailed blocks comprises those podium gardens, the roof terraces, and the green roofs themselves. So in terms of planting, there's a range of habitat types proposed. There's hedge planting, ground cover, flower-rich perennial, and also planting within features that are intended to serve a sustainable drainage function. So across the site, we have a variety of measures proposed. These include bioretention tree pits, which would be associated with the tree planting, certainly along this alignment, as well as planting beds with infiltration curbs within the site, and swale features kind of within the highway around the edges on the Pitt Street and St Crispin's frontage. In terms of Anglia Square, there's a new canopy proposed, as well as tree planting and a kind of bold, colourful, hard surface treatment. Seating is proposed, and it's proposed to kind of lay that space out in a way that continues to provide the function that the square was proposed previously, in terms of acting as a multi-functional community space, a space that's available for activities, events and performances. And the north-south route through the site, St George's Street, this is the location of St George's Gardens, which is intended to be a greener space within the development. It would have seating and play features were integrated within it. And running north-south through the site is a proposed segregated cycle route, which is of 3 metres, and there would be an equivalent width of route for pedestrians. Okay, so the next series of slides are intended to show the development in the context of its surroundings, and I'm going to start with some cross-sections and then move to some verified views. So these first sections are running north to south through the site, and the top cross-section runs from the kind of the black blocked out buildings are existing buildings, and the whiter buildings are the proposed. So in this location we have the existing four-storey flats on Edward Street, and then this cross-section takes you through Block D, Block E, F, and then this blocked out building is the City Gates Church, and across the road, St Crispin's House. The middle section have properties on Beckham Place. Then we have Block A, Block H and G, crossing St Crispin's Road, and then we have kind of St Austin's house here on St Crispin's Road. And then the third one, we have Epic Studios, Block M, Anglia Square, Block J, the flyover, and then Doughty's Hospital. The second lot of cross-sections are going east-west. I'm going to start in the west. We have buildings on St Augustine Street, passing through Block D, A, M, and then the former bank on Magdalene Street and buildings on Magdalene Street. The middle, Gildencroft Cottages, Block E, Block H, Block KL, dark block is Roy's. And then the last one down here, we've got the kind of Norwich mirror and frame building on Pitt Street, passing through Block F, G, J, J3, and then buildings on Magdalene Street, kind of in the vicinity of the Sahara Cafe. Okay, verified views. This is the last section. So we've got a series of views now which are taken, a bit selected because they're from kind of key vantage points across the city. There are also some that are included because they were key views previously at the call-in inquiry. So for each view, I've got existing and proposed, and I may just need to flip backwards and forwards so you can see the change and for it to be a little clearer. So, first one is from the castle ramparts. This is Anglia Square here. So, with the development, without. So, existing, proposed, existing, proposed. The Cathedral Meadow, existing, proposed. It's difficult to see this because you will not see it from that location. This is showing that because it's sitting behind the kind of landscape and buildings that frame the meadow in this location. But I'll just flick backwards and forwards if you are able to see it. Third view is Mottram Monument, St James's Hill. Anglia Square is here, so keep your eye there. With the development existing. Mousehold Avenue. Anglia Square is here in the centre of the picture. With the development existing, with the development. Getting closer now, Aylsham Road, existing view as you approach into the city, view of the cathedral. Existing view with the development. Now, at this point, it is only blocks covered by the outline permission part of the application that would be visible. So these blocks are shown accurately in terms of their massing, but they're greyed out because we don't have elevations for them. So I'll flick backwards and forward. Existing, proposed. Existing, proposed. Getting closer, we're now at the junction of St Augustine Street and Magpie Road. And for these four views that I'm going to show you, I've also included the equivalent view which was material in the call-in decision. So, existing, the scheme that was called in, what is proposed now. And again, it's outline blocks that would be visible. So these are greyed out. If I just go back, existing, proposed. And moving a little further down St Augustine Street at the junction of Sussex Street, existing, call-in scheme, proposed. So you can see the blue outline, which is kind of slightly greyed in. Just go back. Existing, call-in, proposed. So we're now standing with our backs to the St Augustine's Church. We're actually at the church porch. Existing, we've got Gildencroft cottages in the view here. Existing, call-in, proposed. So in this view, we have block D, which is visible here. So it's within the detailed part of the application. So we have a fully verified view of block D. And you can see this route, which is Botolph Street heading down towards the Anglia Square. So block D, block A, this is the corner of the outline block, which is block E. Just slightly further back within St Augustine's churchyard, with Gildencroft cottages running along in this picture. Existing, call-in scheme, proposed. Again, in this view, it would be outline blocks that would be visible, so they're shown greyed out, but in a solid form. I'll just go back. Existing, call-in, proposed. Next sequence, it's just existing and proposed. This is at the junction of Edward Street and Magpie Road. Existing, proposed. All of these buildings that would be visible are as part of the detailed application, so we've got verified views here. So we've got block D, block A sitting behind 8 to 22 Edward Street, I think it is. Moving around the corner onto St Crispin's Road. Existing, proposed. These are outline blocks, so they're just in outline in this view. Existing, proposed. Moving further round, looking north across the site, existing, proposed. These are 8-storey blocks within the outline part of the application. Existing, proposed. Doughty's Hospital, existing, proposed. This is block J in the outline part of the application. Existing, proposed. Moving on to Wensum Street and near the junction with Elm Hill. Again, this was relevant during the call-in, but this is existing, proposed. Now, this, I'm following the line of the proposal, so it sits below the ridge of this building in that photograph. This is standing outside number 39, Magdalen Street, looking towards the site with the flyover in view and the cinema that there's at the moment. Existing, proposed. This is the corner of block KL, which is the 4-storey commercial building. Existing, proposed. Moving on to Magdalen Street. Existing, proposed. Existing, proposed. Moving along, looking south. This building is being retained outside of the planning application boundary. Existing, proposed. This is block KL and its frontage onto Magdalen Street. And just sitting behind this building is the kind of upper part of block M. Existing, proposed. And this is the final one, standing on Cowgate near the junction with Bull Close. This is the Desh former bank building with the multi-storey car park behind it. Existing, proposed. Existing, proposed. Okay, so that completes the presentation in terms of the plans and the verified views. I think now we're just going to move to some updates and just go through those. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning to you all. My name is David Parkin. I'm the Development Manager for Norwich City Council. I've been involved with this application in pre-app and through its consideration. I'm just going to take you through the updates report, copies of which were sent out to members of the committee the other day. In terms of representations, we've had 2 additional letters of representation from members of the public. They make the following points. The development is too big for the historical environment in which it sits. This is a fundamental and not a cosmetic issue which will cause material harm. Massing of 8 stories, totally out of character with the surrounding area, will dominate and downgrade this part of the historic city. The mix of housing is wrong for this site and will create a lack of social cohesion. The type of housing is wrong for this site and the current and future needs of the city. Too many 1-bed flats, should be greater mix. 50% of all dwellings are single aspect. Single aspect flats are unacceptable and should not be permitted other than in the most exceptional cases. The council's policies are planned for 800 homes. If the developer has overpaid for the site, the people of the city should not suffer the consequences of a bad decision, nor should the developer receive public funding for their own benefit to create a project which does nothing to enhance the place. The alternative plan advanced by SAVE shows that a high quality, socially and commercial conscious scheme can be developed here, which will be to the great benefit of the city for the next 100 years. The current offer will create another white elephant like the current Anglia Square, only for the profit of the developers and not the city or its people. We've also received a petition from the Norfolk Renters Collective. The petition has 949 signatures and raises the following issues. The lack of affordable units in the scheme. The decision, this is a decision that will impact the lives of Norwich residents for decades to come. In the current cost of living crisis, with high inflation, stagnating wages and energy bills spiralling out of control, truly affordable housing is more important than ever. Private rental costs have increased drastically and Norwich is no exception. With an average increase of 15% over the past 2 years, renters cannot afford this. The current Anglia Square proposal offers just 10% affordable homes and hundreds of unaffordable 1-bedroom flats. This is letting down local people who need affordable housing and breaches the council's own local policy, JCS4, which states that developments of over 16 units should offer 33% affordable housing. Final point from the petitioners. The application should be refused. All future developments approved by the Council should meet at least the 33% affordability criteria and prioritise truly affordable and social housing. We've also received a submission of a report and letters from studio holders at Gildon Gate House. They've carried out a survey of the occupants of Gildon Gate House, which has they've collected a broad range of information about the artists that use the space, including age, why they are based in Norwich, how their work benefits from having the space at Gildon Gate, their involvement in the arts and creative industry, education and voluntary sector, and how the value and about the value of having affordable studio space at Anglia Square or in the city centre. The letters of support come from those based at the Sainsbury Centre, Norwich University of the Arts, the Norfolk Museum Service and the East of England Art Fund. Save Britain's Heritage have also submitted documentation which has been circulated to members of Planning Application Committee. There's a covering letter which sets out Save's position, and they've also submitted the full text to members of their representations received during the planning process, as well as a brochure of the presenting their alternative vision for Anglia Square, prepared by Ash Sakula Architects. Representation from councillors. We've received a representation from Councillor Carlo, who objects to the application, citing the following concerns. Mass, bulk and scale of the development would have a detrimental impact on the local character and history of the surrounding built area and its setting, and upon Norwich City Centre Conservation Area. Overdevelopment of the site would compromise the ability to create a well-designed place which is sympathetic to local character and history, including the surrounding built environment and landscape setting. Provision of up to 450 car parking spaces would compromise the ability to create a well-designed place which is sympathetic to local character and history, including the surrounding built environment and landscape setting. The development presents a poor standard of residential amenity, an inadequate level of affordable housing, lack of public green open space, and Councillor Carlo also raises concerns about the applicant's intention to apply for exceptional circumstances relief from SIL. The matters raised in this representation and the one that I've mentioned previously are all covered in the committee report, which Sarah will go through, the issues sections which Sarah will go through in a moment. The updates report also contains a list of corrections to the report, most of which are typographical or where some editing has not been followed through, but they are listed in the updates. I won't go through those individually. There is a recommendation to include an additional condition if the item is approved, and that is to remove permitted development rights for changes of use from commercial to residential. And that's the updates report. Thank you, Chair.
Sarah?
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Councillor
Excuse me, Chair. Councillor Stooley?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Apologies for interrupting. I understand that all members received around 350 emails from a campaign via Shelter. Has this been included in the report, please?
No, it hasn't, because the representation was never submitted directly as part of the planning application.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thank you very much. Good morning again, members. I'm Sarah Ashurst, the Head of Planning and Regulatory Services here for Norwich City Council. I've been working with this team on the application for the past few weeks and months, and I'm supporting the Executive Director of Development and City Services in regard to HIF funding and contracts. This part of the presentation will take you through each of the main issues in the committee report, summarising the content of that report and providing detail to supplement the officer's presentation. In regard to principle, Anglia Square is the most significant regeneration opportunity in the northern part of the city centre and one of Norwich City Council's most important priorities for regeneration. Unlocking this site for development provides the opportunity to deliver significant and permanent socio-economic and environmental benefits. Development of the site has the potential to deliver environmental enhancement through the remediation of derelict land and buildings, benefits to local people through the creation of jobs, a substantial number of new homes, an improved large district centre, and a significant boost to the local economy through investment and new expenditure, which will support both businesses and the growth of new enterprise. Significant inward investment in this site would be a statement of confidence in Norwich and boost the city's profile and attractiveness to other investors. The NPPF is clear that substantial weight should be given to the value of using suitable brownfield land for homes and other identified needs, and supports appropriate opportunities to remediate derelict, contaminated or unstable land. Bringing forward such sites for development is a core objective of the planning system, and that system fails if such sites as this remain unutilised at a time when sustainable development is a national priority. Development plan policies have reflected this objective for the last 2 decades, and paragraphs 207 to 220 of your report set out the current and future policy framework within which we must determine this application. Both the Secretary of State and the Inspector of the Call-in Scheme called the redevelopment of this site an important strategic objective. Current JCS and DM policies provide a robust framework to consider the planning application for Anglia Square. Regeneration benefits resulting from the site being unlocked for comprehensive regeneration are capable of being afforded substantial weight in the planning balance. The principle of development must surely be accepted. Turning to viability, issue 2 in your papers. Viability of this site has always been what has held it back. Previous retail-led schemes have failed to get off the ground because they have proved unviable, and the 2018 call-in scheme reflected a clear change to the mix of development proposed, which it was acknowledged by the Inspector and Secretary of State that, quote, if planning permission was to be granted, there was a reasonable prospect that the scheme would be delivered as a whole. The Council took steps in 2018 to increase the prospects of development being viable and submitted a bid for marginal viability funding from the Homes England Housing Infrastructure Fund. That bid was successful, and Homes England notified the Council of conditional approval of £15 million of HIF funding in March 2019. The Council have entered a contract with Homes England at that time, and in October 2019, Homes England confirmed the availability period for that grant funding had been extended to March 2024, given the call-in of the previous scheme and in the knowledge that the developer was actively working on a resubmission. Paragraphs 226 and 227 of the report set out the current position with regard to that HIF funding. It should be noted that Homes England remain positively engaged, and whilst withdrawal of the HIF funding is a possibility, given the ongoing discussions and positive engagement of Homes England, officers are of the view that this is not probable, but members must note the risk. The report sets out in detail the assessment of viability by both the developer and the Council's independent assessors. There is broad agreement that Anglia Square needs to be developed, and indeed redevelopment is now well overdue. The regeneration benefits of replacing unsightly and underused buildings with a development that can invigorate the local economy and provides new homes are indisputable. However, there is also evidence that despite well-resourced developer interest over the last 18 years, attempts to unlock the site for development have failed, and such failure has consequences. Firstly, the delay has increasingly disincentivised investment in the site, resulting in existing buildings becoming liabilities given escalating maintenance costs and deterioration in their suitability for beneficial reoccupation. Secondly, it affects the attractiveness of the site to investors and developers. The size and brownfield nature of the site to some degree limit potential interest. When the existing condition of the site, the substantial upfront costs associated with demolition and site preparation, the costs and complexity of managing a multi-phased construction project and an operational shopping centre, and finally risk associated with previous failed planning attempts are factored in, the field is further narrowed. The applicant has indicated they are willing and committed to progress this scheme. Both the applicants and Avison Young's financial viability appraisal demonstrate HIF funding underpins viability to a significant degree. At this point in time, HIF remains available, but is at risk depending on any decision on the application scheme, and given the requirement for the entire grant to be drawn down by the 31st of March 2024. It is not known at this time if that offer would be, it's not known at this time whether the offer would be withdrawn if an eligible scheme were not able to start this year. Therefore, there is strong evidence that the grant of planning permission for this scheme would unlock this regeneration site and redevelopment would proceed. As there is no evidence that a viable alternative development would follow in short succession, the likely consequence of this scheme not proceeding would be the continuation and worsening of the existing situation. For clarity, members are advised that the granting or otherwise of SIL exceptional circumstances relief should not be given any weight in the determination of this application. However, substantial weight should be attached to the prospect of delivery of a scheme which is both capable of removing barriers to the redevelopment of Anglia Square and acting as a much needed stimulus to developers to rejuvenate other neglected or derelict sites within the city. Before you, for consideration today, is a deliverable and viable scheme. Turning to issue 3 and the impact on European sites. There is no disputing that the scale of development at Anglia Square has the potential to impact on European and Ramsar sites. Under Section 63 of the Habitat Regulations, the Council, as competent authority, before deciding to give consent to a project that is likely to have a significant effect on a European site, must make an appropriate assessment of the implications of that project for that site in view of its conservation objectives. Appropriate assessment in relation to both recreational impact and nutrient neutrality is required and has been undertaken. In terms of recreational avoidance, the Norfolk authorities adopted GIRAMS in March 2022. The strategy addresses individual and in combination impacts of recreational impacts at habitat sites from residential development predicted across Norfolk, and it seeks a tariff payment per dwelling to fund mitigation packages set out in the strategy. A tariff payment of circa £232,000 subject to indexation would be secured through a Section 106 obligation to mitigate the in-combination impact of this development. Secondly, the application proposes both on-site and enhanced off-site green infrastructure provision through improvements to Wensum Park and Gildencroft Park. An additional Section 106 payment of circa £61,000 will be secured to fund this work. Natural England, statutory consultee, have agreed this approach, and the Council, as competent authority under the Habitat Regulations, confirms adoption of the HRA prepared by the applicant and will secure the necessary mitigation via planning conditions and through Section 106 obligations if the application is approved. Turning to nutrient neutrality, the report sets out work done to date with other Norfolk authorities and the work undertaken by this council to form its own scheme through fitting water efficient measures in our council housing stock. The full scope of the City Council scheme is set out in paragraph 285 of the report, and Natural England have confirmed that they are satisfied that the evidence to support that scheme is sound. Further, a decision has been made as delegated in a report to Cabinet in December 22 by the Executive Director of Development and City Services in consultation with Cabinet members for social housing and for sustainable and inclusive growth to allocate the required number of credits from the council's scheme to phase 1 of the Anglia Square development. As such, appropriate mitigation has been secured to enable a decision to be made, and our legal duty under the Habitat Regulations as competent authority is considered discharged. Turning to housing. The proposal is a high-density residential-led urban regeneration scheme. A core objective of the NPPF is to significantly boost the supply of housing. The NPPF emphasises the importance of delivering a wide choice of high-quality homes and creating sustainable, inclusive and mixed communities. The NPPF in paragraphs 119 and 120 state that as much use as possible should be made of brownfield sites, and planning decisions should give substantial weight to the value of using suitable brownfield land for homes and support appropriate opportunities to remediate these derelict and contaminated sites. Paragraph 292 to 299 of your report sets out the Council's position regarding housing land supply, drawing particular attention to the fact that since the issue of nutrient neutrality has arisen, the Council, as part of the Greater Norwich area, no longer has a favourable housing land supply position. As such, applications must be determined in accordance with relevant DM policies, in the City Council's case policy DM1, and paragraph 11D of the NPPF, set out in paragraph 293 of your report, referred to more colloquially as the tilted balance. And that states that development should be granted unless either of the subparagraphs are considered to apply. In respect to those two subparagraphs, turning to the first one regarding habitat sites, as previously discussed, appropriate mitigation will be secured for this scheme. Regarding heritage, and as I will come into in more detail in this presentation, officers consider that the public benefits of the scheme outweigh any harm to designated heritage assets, and the tests in paragraphs 201 and 202 of the NPPF are met. In respect of the second subparagraph, it is not considered that the adverse impacts of this proposed development would significantly or demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Substantial weight would normally be given to granting approval for the scheme under the tilted balance. However, we also consider that the tilted balance applies because of the temporary nature of nutrient neutrality, and as such, limited weight should be given to applying it at this time. Determination should be made in accordance with the development plan policies. With respect to retail and town centre uses, the site lies within and forms an integral part of the Anglia Square, Magdalen Street and St Augustine Street large district centre as defined in JCS Policy 19 and the adopted Norwich Plan. JCS 11 and the Northern City Centre Area Action Plan identified Anglia Square as a location for retail growth, specifically for convenience goods. Applications which have sought to achieve this have failed to deliver, being unviable. The aspiration to improve the large district centre remains though, and the report sets out the work undertaken in respect of the GNLP in regard to retail at paragraphs 336 to 338, and goes on to set out the proposed scheme specifics which have changed for the call-in scheme in response to the impacts of COVID and the surge in online retailing. The NPPF rightly recognises the role town centres play at the heart of local communities, but also requires planning policies and decisions to allow centres to diversify in a way that allows them to respond to rapid changes in the retail and leisure industries. The NPPF highlights the role that residential development can play in supporting the vitality of such centres. What is proposed as part of the redevelopment of Anglia Square will result in the qualitative improvement of the commercial floor space and public realm spaces. There is the scope for existing large national retailers to stay along with smaller scale tenants. Extending food retailing provision and broadening facilities on the site to include community uses and a public house or restaurant use would allow the role of the centre to be diversified and for activity to continue into the evenings. Significantly, the creation of a sizable residential community on the site will increase the demand for convenient shopping and other day-to-day services. This increased demand for shopping and services increased footfall and expenditure will significantly benefit the long-term role and viability of the whole of the large district centre. In consideration of the socio-economic impact, a key objective of JCS 11 is to achieve the physical and social regeneration of Anglia Square and the wider northern city centre. The Anglia Square Policy Guidance Note describes the northern city centre area as one of the most ethnically and culturally diverse parts of the city, with distinctive local shopping and leisure facilities and a vibrant local community. It is important that development of this site recognises these qualities. However, this part of the city also faces several challenges in relation to deprivation, health, housing and crime, which all strengthen the case for redevelopment in this part of the city, which will deliver meaningful physical, social and economic benefits. The report at paragraph 366 sets out a summary table of the assessment of the impact of the development, and the following paragraphs at 368 to 426 make a more thorough assessment of those impacts, with 10 of the 15 indicators being beneficially affected. These being construction employment, operational employment, which is jobs created after completion of the development, resident expenditure, addressing deprivation, housing, crime, community facilities and cohesion, and open space, sport and recreation. And these effects will be felt both locally and more widely. These socio-economic benefits of the development for the city are of strategic significance and capable of being given considerable weight in the planning balance. Turning to heritage and design, and I'll take these two matters separately. The Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990 establishes that in considering applications for planning permission for development which affects a listed building or its setting, local planning authorities shall have regard to the desirability of preserving the building or its setting, and section 66(1) applies. Special attention must also be given to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of the conservation area. NPPF paragraph 195 requires local planning authorities to identify and assess a particular significance of any heritage asset that may be affected by a proposal, including by development affecting the setting of that heritage asset. And we must take this into account when considering the impact of a proposal on a heritage asset, to avoid or minimise any conflict between the heritage asset's conservation and any aspect of the proposal. Great weight should be given to the conservation of heritage assets, paragraph 199 of the NPPF refers, and the implications of identifying levels of harm in relation to different grades of heritage asset are explained in paragraphs 200 to 203 of the NPPF. For clarity, I will summarise those for you now. Paragraph 200 states that any harm to or loss of the significance of a designated heritage asset from its alteration or destruction or from development within its setting should require clear and convincing justification. Paragraph 201 says that where there is substantial harm to or total loss of significance of a designated heritage asset, local planning authorities should refuse consent unless it can be demonstrated that it is necessary to achieve substantial public benefits that outweigh that harm, or all of some sub-criteria apply. Those being, firstly, the nature of the heritage asset prevents all reasonable uses of the site, that no viable use of the asset can be found in the medium term, that conservation through grant funding or other funding sources is demonstrably not possible, and the harm or loss is outweighed by the benefit of bringing the site back into use. Paragraph 202, which is perhaps most pertinent to the consideration of this application, is where less than substantial harm to the significance of the designated heritage asset is found. This should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including securing its optimum viable use. And paragraph 203 refers to non-designated heritage assets. So in weighing applications that directly or indirectly affect non-designated heritage assets, a balanced judgment will be required having regard to the scale or the harm or loss and the significance of that asset. The report sets out the methodology used by the applicant for assessing heritage impacts at paragraphs 437 to 439, with their overall conclusion being predominantly beneficial effects overall. Officers of the Council have employed the same methodology, and our assessment broadly echoes that of the applicant, but with some areas of disagreement. It's important for members to note that the approach taken by the applicant and the Council towards the assessment of harm to heritage was broadly agreed and upheld by the Inspector and the Secretary of State under the call-in scheme. The Council is therefore of the opinion that its assessment is both robust and defensible. The Secretary of State decision is material here. Less than substantial harm, but at the upper end of the scale, was found by the Secretary of State to 2 heritage assets, the Church of St Augustine's and 2 to 12 Gildencroft. Harm at the lower end of the scale was found to a range of other assets, and in addition, the effect on the Norwich City Centre conservation area was considered to be neutral rather than beneficial, but with some minor benefits to assets on Magdalen Street. In reaching his decision, the Secretary of State attached considerable weight to this harm. The tables on pages 122 to 124 clearly set out a comparison of the call-in scheme decisions by both the Secretary of State, the Inspector and the Council's recommendations of that time against the Council's consideration of the current scheme in respect of each heritage asset which is affected by these proposals. In almost every case, the degree of harm of the current scheme is less, harm has been switched to benefit, or there is considered to be no effect on the asset. The call-in scheme proposed a 20-storey tower and 3 large monolith blocks. The scheme before members today is significantly reduced in scale from the call-in scheme, being a scheme of several blocks with an undulating storey height and a finer street pattern. Therefore, in the context of the current scheme, the level of less than substantial harm is considered to be at the lower end of the scale for those 2 designated heritage assets considered specifically by the Secretary of State. The report goes on to consider a range of agreed viewpoints, which were the subject of discussion between the Council, Historic England and the applicant, the effect being beneficial in the main. There are views where there will be an enhancement, as noted in paragraph 505 of your report, and those were shown to you today in the officer presentation. Set against this harm, and in officers' views significantly outweighing it, are benefits to the historic environment. The listed buildings benefiting from the proposals set out in paragraph 509 of your report. It's acknowledged that the buildings proposed are generally of a larger scale than those that characterise the conservation area generally, but this is in part a response to viability considerations and a desire to optimise the quantity of accommodation in what is a highly sustainable location. But it also reflects the more diverse nature of the Anglia Square character area and its recent history as a place of bold architecture that elicits affection from many people who live and work in the area. Indeed, several aspects of the development mean that even with this scale and density of buildings, the city centre conservation area benefits overall as set out in paragraph 510 of your report. No assessment of the current scheme to an equivalent detail to that undertaken by the applicant or the council in regard to heritage impact has been provided by objectors to the scheme. Taking all the above into consideration and as set out in the report in the planning balance section, the conclusion on heritage impact is that the harm to 2 designated heritage assets is clearly and demonstrably outweighed by the public benefits that would be realised through this significant regeneration scheme. Paragraphs 803 to 816 and 842 refer, and it's therefore considered that the tests set out in paragraphs 200 to 202 of the NPPF are met, as are the requirements of local plan policies. Turning to design, paragraph 126 of the NPPF states that the creation of high quality, beautiful and sustainable buildings and places is fundamental to what the planning and development process should achieve. Good design is a key aspect of sustainable development. It creates better places in which to live and work and helps make development acceptable to communities. The NPPF at paragraph 134 says that development that is not well designed should be refused, and indicates that good design should be defined with reference to local design policies and government guidance. The design evaluation in the report is structured according to the attributes of good design contained within the National Design Model, and the scheme was subject to independent design review as recommended by the NPPF by the Design South East panel at 3 different stages of submission. Paragraphs 514 to 592 set out the very detailed consideration of design that officers have undertaken. In terms of the context, the scheme reduces height to the edge of the site in acknowledgement that proposed buildings need to respond to those surroundings of the site. The scheme also ensures that heights do not exceed the height of existing buildings on the site and uses comparable materials to integrate it into the wider context. The reintroduction of a street network that integrates with existing historic streets and frames views of heritage assets makes an important contribution to the integration of the scheme in the context of the site as a whole. Attributes that create an attractive and distinctive identity are the strong network of streets, alleys, yards and squares, with Anglia Square itself to feature a bold paving treatment and new canopy design. The consistent use of a brick palette and focal buildings with a distinctive architectural treatment will further add to the scheme's identity. The built form mostly offers a coherent pattern of development by positioning buildings as perimeter blocks, framing streets and squares that connect well to its surroundings. The resurrection of Stump Cross on Magdalen Street with its new buildings and building lines framing the north and west edges of the space will be a notably beneficial aspect of the built form. The accessible movement network is a particularly strong feature of the scheme design, which maximises the benefit derived from the density of development in a highly sustainable location and is a radical improvement on the current impermeable site condition. Within the development, new primary street connections between Magdalen Street and St Augustine Street and between St Crispin's Crossing and Edward Street will create convenient and attractive traffic-free movement routes, and the extension to St George's Street will provide a high-quality section of the yellow pedalway where cyclists and pedestrians have their own space. The features of the scheme that enhance and optimise nature and the extent to which safe, social and inclusive public spaces will be created are generally positive, especially by comparison with the barren, convoluted and semi-derelict spaces that currently exist on site. And a residential population will be introduced into Anglia Square for the first time with a positive effect on the mix of uses. It will likely increase footfall and vitality to the businesses within Anglia Square and the wider large district centre. Community safety will improve due to passive surveillance provided by people looking out from their homes and moving to and from the new public spaces. And there will be more people to care about this new place. Better quality replacement commercial space within buildings will be provided, lining Botolph Street and Anglia Square and animating key public spaces. The infusion of activity and vibrancy should help Anglia Square return to its prime that was lost when the office populations in Sovereign House and Gildengate House disappeared in the late 90s. The community hub will provide valuable meeting space, and a changing places toilet will offer a vital facility for people with disabilities and their carers. All homes will meet nationally described space standards, and all new residents will have access to private and/or communal amenity space. On-site communal facilities will include residents' gardens and the community hub, along with entrances and bike stores, which provide opportunities for neighbours to meet and interact, which will promote a healthy and sustainable community. Developing intensively in a highly sustainable location is the main aspect of the scheme that will make an efficient use of resources by avoiding extra development on greenfield land that would generate much higher levels of vehicle movements. Policy requirements for energy saving and operational use will comfortably be exceeded. The importance of optimising the density of the scheme in a highly sustainable location to provide homes to meet demand and commercial space to support the function of the large district centre has to some degree been compromised aspects of the design. However, the scheme is sufficiently well designed, enhancing almost all heritage assets, including the city centre conservation area, by responding to its surroundings and development history, establishing visual connections to assets outside the site as extensions of new streets and similar alignments, providing attractive public spaces and featuring distinctive buildings that mark significant locations. This scheme is considered to transform a blighted and underperforming part of the city centre if it's approved. Turning to landscape and open space. The landscape strategy submitted with the scheme sets out detailed proposals for two main areas, the ground floor master plan and the roof level master plan. The first deals with specific proposals for public realm areas including Anglia Square itself, St George's Gardens and Stump Cross, alongside other important streets and focal spaces. The latter sets out the strategy for the proposed podium gardens and roof terraces. There are also sections on play space and the lighting strategy, surface water drainage and biodiversity. Given the city centre location of the site and the need for development on the site to contribute to the function of the Anglia Square and Magdalen Street large district centre, it's considered that a public realm-led approach is entirely appropriate. The inclusion of soft planting, including tree planting, seating and the play trail, are designed to optimise the function of the proposed public realm by creating a series of interesting spaces through the site which will attract use by new residents, the existing community and visitors to the area. The Council considers that the public realm will provide this function and that for a city centre site, the main routes and spaces will deliver an enhancement to the green infrastructure of the city. Green infrastructure is further integrated in the SUD scheme for the site, the design of the communal amenity spaces and in the roof treatments. And taken in combination with public realm areas, this equates to a total area in excess of 26,400 square metres of land and buildings. That's 56.9% of the site area. Although this total includes consideration of a multi-layered landscape approach and green features which may not all be visible to the public nor always accessible, it illustrates the manner in which the development seeks to optimise green infrastructure provision on this city centre site. The suite of green infrastructure measures delivers multiple environmental benefits, biodiversity net gain and amenity benefits to both the new resident community and the wider public. Policy considerations are met. In regard to amenity, Policy DM2 relates to a number of amenity considerations encompassing the impact of development proposals on those living or working adjacent to the site, as well as the level of amenity that new occupiers will experience. The report at paragraph 651 to 689 considers these in regard to overshadowing, internal light levels and living conditions, and sunlight levels to external areas. Whilst recognising the scheme is not perfect, the harm arising must be considered against those wider regeneration benefits, and taking into consideration the location as a city centre site. Paragraphs 656 to 667 set out the assessment of overshadowing, which on balance is considered acceptable. Paragraphs 668 to 684 consider internal light conditions and living conditions, and again, whilst it's accepted that living conditions will vary across the detailed blocks, overall the levels of amenity are considered acceptable. For the outline blocks, the applicant has amended the land use parameter plans for levels 00 and 01 to identify locations where suitability for residential use will need to be demonstrated at reserve matter stage. Where this is not demonstrated, frontages will need to include ancillary residential uses or commercial uses and live-work units. Officers are satisfied that a residential block and dwelling design can be achieved at reserve matter stage to ensure that future occupiers will experience satisfactory amenity levels. Regarding amenity of external areas, on the basis of the quantum and location of the amenity spaces available, it's considered the scheme makes appropriate and sufficient provision to meet the needs of future occupiers. Policy requirements are considered to be met in all areas. Turning to transport, the application proposes a significant level of new development within the northern city centre. Paragraph 105 of the NPPF states significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel and offering a genuine choice of transport modes. The location of the site at the northern fringe of the city centre affords a high degree of accessibility by all modes of travel, by car, local bus routes, walking and cycling. The proximity of the site to employment, shops, a wide range of facilities and services, as well as to transport hubs, creates the very best conditions for promoting sustainable travel behaviour, both by future occupiers of and visitors to the development. Furthermore, the comprehensive redevelopment of the site provides the opportunity for further improving access to this part of the city. Your report at paragraphs 694 to 715 sets out the assessment of several transport-related areas, including pedestrian and cycle access, public transport, vehicular access, parking and traffic impact, the latter including during construction. The local highway authority, who are present today if you have any questions, have raised no objection to the proposed development and commented that actually the application offers improvements to the surrounding highway, benefiting both residents of the development and the wider community, and it promotes the use of active and sustainable travel. Considering air quality, the proposed development site lies within the air quality management area for NO2 declared by Norwich City Council in 2012. This application proposes a significant quantum of development within that AQMA, and for this reason, air quality as a potential significant environmental impact is a matter considered within the environmental statement. Air quality was also discussed in detail at the 2020 call-in public inquiry. Your report sets out an assessment of the proposed scheme at paragraphs 727 to 738 and concludes that the submitted AQA states that based on the results for the with policy applied scenario, no mitigation is required to reduce residents or employees' exposure to air pollution, as the air quality strategy objectives are estimated to be met by at least 10% at all residential locations. Further, with a detailed construction environmental management plan and dust management plan which can be secured through planning conditions, the impact on air quality during the demolition and construction phase should also be managed to an acceptable level. There are other matters set out for consideration in your report at paragraphs 740 to 788 of the report, and these include noise, energy and water, archaeology, flood risk, contamination, Section 106 obligations and local finance considerations. I will not go into these matters in detail, but I can confirm that policy requirements are considered to be met with necessary conditions included in the long list summarised at paragraph 844 and with the addition of those additional conditions as set out in the updates report. And officers are more than happy to answer any questions that members have on these other matters. So, in conclusion, and considering the planning balance, Section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 requires that applications for planning permission must be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Under paragraph 11D of the NPPF, in the event of a deficit in the 5-year housing land supply, the tilted balance applies, and planning permission should be granted unless there are adverse impacts which would demonstrably outweigh its benefits. As discussed earlier in this presentation, whilst the tilted balance does apply, officers are of the view that this has limited weight at present due to the temporary nature of neutrality. The policy framework has been outlined to members, as has the planning history of the site. The steady deterioration in the appearance of the site, the condition of Sovereign House and the multi-storey car park in particular, make the case for redevelopment even stronger now than it was when the Joint Core Strategy was first adopted and since the determination of the last application nearly 3 years ago. The NPPF advocates maximising the efficiency in the use of land and increasing densities in central locations which are well located, such as this one. The proposal represents the largest development scheme in the city centre for decades. The £280 million worth of investment will enhance the physical appearance, the retail function, the overall vibrancy of the site. It will create a new residential quarter Anglia Square, which will have good connectivity to the existing surrounding community and city centre, and it will boost the city's housing supply and confidence in the northern city centre as a location for wider redevelopment. The proposed 1,100 dwellings will make a very substantial contribution to housing supply in the city. The quantum proposed represents 2.3 years of Norwich's annual housing delivery target. Furthermore, although the amount of affordable housing is below policy compliant levels, the 10%, mostly social rented tenure, will make a very substantial contribution to addressing housing need in this part of the city. The proposed 10% level of affordable homes is an absolute development requirement, and the proposed Section 106 obligation makes provision for this number to be increased only in the future if viability of the scheme improves. Paragraphs 799 to 837 set out an assessment against policy DM1 sustainable development principles, with each criteria being considered to be met. The regeneration benefits of the scheme are significant. After 2 decades, it will unlock a large-scale brownfield site for regeneration. It will remove highly prominent, unsightly vacant buildings that currently blight the northern city centre. It will enhance the physical appearance of the site through the construction of high-quality buildings, streets and public realm that have regard to both the historic environment and the unique character of Anglia Square. It will boost the city's housing supply through the creation of a highly sustainable residential quarter which has good connectivity to the existing surrounding community. It will provide much needed affordable homes, the majority of which will be delivered in the first 2 phases of the development. And through the introduction of new housing and improvements to the quality and viability of the retail offer at Anglia Square, it will support the long-term role and vitality of the large district centre. It will create much needed local employment for Norwich residents, including construction jobs with apprentice opportunities and skills training during the 8-year building development stage and thereafter. It will deliver outcomes capable of having a permanent, moderate to major beneficial impact on levels of deprivation in this part of the city. And finally, it will supply a much needed stimulus to rejuvenate other neglected or derelict sites within the city. The development before you today is considered to be both viable and deliverable. The scheme, which is considered to include a beneficial mix of uses for the site, delivers against a number of planning policy requirements, and the social, economic and environmental benefits which would arise are positive, multiple and demonstrably outweigh the harm that arises from the development to the setting of 2 listed buildings, both at the lower end of the less than substantial harm, therefore meeting the tests of paragraphs 200 to 202 of the NPPF. The loss of the locally listed building meeting the test of paragraph 203 of the NPPF, and impacts on neighbouring amenity. It is therefore recommended to approve application, subject to completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure affordable housing and the matters listed in paragraph 784 of your report, subject to the conditions as set out previously and informatives summarised in paragraph 844, including those required to be added as a result of the updates report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, officers, for that long report into the Anglia Square. I suggest that we take a 15-minute break now before we go on to speakers. I know there's at least 1 or 2 people need to use the toilet, and we're not allowed to leave the chamber while the meeting's on where other people are. So if we take a 15-minute break, then we come back, we go straight on to the speakers, and then that'll be on to members' questions.
12:20.
Yeah, 12:20. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Claire Campbell, Development Advice Team Leader with Historic England. As you are well aware, Norwich is a city steeped in history. Embodying over 1,000 years of settlement, it is one of England's finest historic cities. The historic street pattern and wealth of historic buildings and monuments define the character of the city today. The city centre conservation area, encapsulating the historic core of the city, is a conservation area of exceptional richness and character. Such a special place deserves the best in terms of new design, especially on a site the size of Anglia Square. The question is how the proposed redevelopment of Anglia Square responds to this. We, like others, are keen to see Anglia Square redeveloped. The current failed and incomplete development detracts from the historic city. But a new development should be done sympathetically and in a way which repairs past mistakes and complements and enhances the historic city. The current proposal is better than the inquiry scheme and would be less harmful. In some ways, it would improve on the existing development, especially in its current failing state. It would reinstate something of the historic street pattern, improve connectivity, replace poor quality buildings with new ones of a more sympathetic design. Our advice acknowledges this and is given with consideration to the Secretary of State's judgment on the previous scheme. But it remains a proposal that is at odds with the scale of Norwich. The height and mass is much greater than that of the historic city. Occupying a larger area than the present development, it represents a considerable increase in the mass of Anglia Square. This would perpetuate and exacerbate the harm of the existing development through consolidating and expanding its mass. This would be starkly apparent in the immediate surroundings of Anglia Square and detract from the character of historic Norwich as a whole. Historic England considers it would result in a high level of harm to the significance of St Augustine's Church, 2 to 12 Gildencroft, and harm to other listed buildings on St Augustine's and Magdalen Streets, Doughty Hospital, and to the conservation area. The statutory duty set out in the Planning Act 1990 requires local planning authorities shall have special regard to the desirability of preserving listed buildings and their setting, and special attention to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character and appearance of a conservation area. This is reinforced in national and local policy. The National Planning Policy Framework states that the more important the asset, the greater this weight should be. Given the unquestionable exceptional significance of Norwich, this should be weighed very heavily. Historic England considers it is possible to create a vibrant new contemporary quarter at Anglia Square that also responds sympathetically to the historic character of this fine city and enhances it. Unfortunately, the current proposal does not work hard enough to achieve this. We object to the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report. Our next speaker is Ben Drewfield Audley, of Surrey British Heritage? Yes. Audley, sorry. And you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
My name is Ben Dewfield Oakley and I speak for Save Britain's Heritage, a national heritage charity with a long-running interest in Anglia Square, including our leading role at the previous public inquiry in 2020. The scheme was refused by the Secretary of State on several grounds, including poor quality housing, non-contextual design and unacceptable heritage harm. Sadly, we consider these issues persist in the latest scheme and we call on members to refuse this application for the following reasons. The draft site allocation states the optimum number of homes for Anglia Square would be in the region of 800. In our view, the applicant's choice to propose 1,100 flats, a third more than allocated, is inevitably led to a scheme which is out of scale, out of context and poorly matched to the long-term need for good quality, affordable and family-sized housing in this historic city. The 12 large precinct-style blocks of up to 8 stories required to house so many flats, 50% of which would be single aspect, would overwhelm the historic character of the city centre and cause substantial harm to this part of the city centre conservation area, which is predominantly characterised by 2- and 3-storey buildings. The scheme also proposes bulldozing the locally listed buildings around Pitt Street, erasing yet another layer of the city's history. And all of this for a scheme in receipt of the largest public housing grant in Homes England's history, likely exemption from paying £7 million of urgently needed SIL contribution, and a 23% affordable housing reduction. In Save's experience, there is never one solution to any given planning problem, yet the assertion that a particular scheme is the only solution available is one we hear from applicants almost every time. This assertion was wrong in 2019, and we believe it's still wrong in 2023, and the government's refusal of the previous scheme confirmed that point. That decision presented a unique opportunity to secure a sensitive scheme whose design complemented this fantastic city, given the right developer. SAVE is a positive organisation, and our alternative vision by Ash Sakura Architects shows how such a conservation-led approach could create an attractive and vibrant neighbourhood in the heart of the city instead of the identikit blocks of dark one-bed flats currently proposed. Finally, we would caution that viability always needs to be taken with a pinch of salt, especially in such uncertain times as these. With rising costs of materials, uncertainty around retail need, and sales prices generally static, come serious doubts over the deliverability of such a mammoth scheme as this over 10 years, and the real risk that it may only be partially realised, just as with the current scheme. Furthermore, if approved on the current basis, this scheme risks setting a dangerous and sad precedent for developers eyeing up other brownfield sites in Norwich, that they can bring forward proposals for overwhelmingly single-aspect flats, harmfully scaled buildings and reduced affordable housing, all underpinned by city exemption and public grant money, comfortable in the knowledge that viability trumps all. We want to see Anglia Square redeveloped in the right way, but not at any cost. Western Homes is damaging, and alien proposals fail to offer what Norwich deserves and can and should rightly be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Michael Jordan from the Norwich Society.
Thank you. I'd like to take a few seconds at the start of my 3 minutes just to say that the Norwich Society fully understands the position that the City Council finds itself in relation to Anglia Square. We understand and indeed share your eagerness to find a final solution here after decades of valiant effort, and we also appreciate the financial planning and other constraints that the City Council is increasingly having to work under after 13 years of austerity and so on. So if the committee does decide to grant permission today for these latest proposals, the Society will at least understand why it is that you may feel compelled to do so. But before you reach your decision, it's worth reflecting on the fact that this is the second time in 4 years you have been told by the same development team that theirs is the only conceivably viable option for the future of the site, and that it is effectively this or nothing. We all now know that neither of these assertions turned out to be true back in 2019. The call-in tower scheme was not just unacceptable, but proved to be unviable as well in a post-COVID world. And the Secretary of State's justifiable refusal for that scheme was all that was needed to stimulate fresh thinking about the alternative approaches that can be taken to this site. None of this should surprise us. In practice, there is never, ever only one possible solution to a planning problem. And planning refusals, when they are fully warranted, rarely achieve nothing at all, quite the reverse, as today proves. Since the call-in decision, the Norwich Society has been keen to play a full and constructive part in the Anglia Square debate, and we were therefore disappointed to see that many aspects of Western Homes' master plan were pretty much fixed and non-negotiable before community consultations finally began in September 2021. The first meeting of the community planning panel was advised that come what may, the scheme would be required to accommodate in the region of 1,100 homes, and it is this continuing insistence which is at the root of the problems we still see today. Historic England and SAVE have both detailed heritage harms, and so for the sake of brevity today, let me just say that the Norwich Society is in full agreement with these statements. In what time remains for me, though, I want to concentrate on what the Society sees as the second major problem that arises from what would be, by some way, the highest residential densities ever seen in Norwich. The necessity for back-to-back single-aspect flats if 1,100 units are to be squeezed onto the site. The use of single-aspect dwellings in such large quantities was a major factor in the refusal of the call-in scheme, so it is more than disappointing to see the same basic design flaw being retained in the current proposals. No less than half of the flats in this development will be single-aspect, and therefore fail to enjoy the higher standards of internal amenity that people are surely entitled to expect. especially the ability to seek out the sunny side of one's flat at times of the day, but also to flee it at other times or in heat waves, and the potential to enjoy a cool breeze through natural cross-ventilation. Instead, the scheme's designers appear to be expecting a large proportion of the future residents of these blocks to counter heat waves and global warming by, quotes, keeping their curtains shut during the day and running portable fans throughout.
If you could wind up very quickly, that would
Yep.
be much appreciated.
Yep, I know. The Society actually believes that the City Council got it right first time when it suggested in the development plan that the site could probably accommodate in the region of 800 homes. Challenging in itself, but we think that would be the basis of an appropriate scheme for the site, solving many of the issues that have been raised and giving the city a development that it can justifiably be proud of. But planning permission today for this scheme will mean that that type of approach can never be explored. So again, with my colleagues, we oppose the granting of permission today.
Thank you very much. We've got a few other speakers. First one is Councillor Osborne, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Everyone here will be very well aware that this debate has been going on for a long time, and I have to say, compared to the previous application, I've had a lot of residents saying that this is a better application, and many of them say that they just want to see the site developed. However, a lot of the representations that I've heard, and from what I've heard from speaking to residents, is that, as other people have said here already, this site is unique. It's unique in the value that it can provide to the city, and it's unique in the function that it serves for the local community. And people don't want to lose that, and they want to see that built on and enhanced, but not destroyed and taken away from them. So while there is a desire to see the site developed, there is also very clearly a need for good quality and crucially affordable housing in this part of the city. And while this scheme does deliver homes, it doesn't deliver either good quality or affordable homes at the scale that we need. On the quality of the development, as other people have already highlighted, the single aspect, poorly ventilated, poorly lit flats don't meet the council's own policy for amenity or good design. And we don't want to repeat the mistakes of previous developments in building flats that people don't want to live in, or that will get worse in their quality of life as climate change accelerates. And on affordable housing, I have to say, in 4 years as a councillor, I've never had so many emails and so many calls from residents as on this issue of affordable housing. People are desperate for housing at the moment, and they can't afford either to rent or to buy. And the council has a policy of 33% affordable housing for a scheme of this size for a reason. And it's not an ideological argument, it's because people need somewhere to live. And I'm concerned that if we don't have that level of affordable housing, that this scheme will be another white elephant that people won't be able to buy to live in. Some of those flats will be bought up as buy-to-let flats, but will people be able to afford to live in them? And that's the reason that policy exists, and I think we need to be sticking to that. I am aware that it's been said that if this scheme doesn't go ahead now, that public subsidy will be lost, £15 million. However, we have to look at what that public subsidy is going towards, as well as the £15 million from Homes England. There's also the £9 million SIL exemption that's being applied for. But the reason for those public subsidies is to deliver something that will be supporting the local community and supporting the needs of that. And as I've outlined, I don't think this scheme meets that. What I do think we can do better, saying that we're going to wave this through now because we don't know what's going to come in the future, is an argument for delivering something that we may regret in the future, when actually we can do better. So I really hope that the committee accepts that this has improved, but will vote against this time.
Thank you. You haven't got a vote, Jim. You haven't got a vote.
No, I was asking.
Okay. Ian Cousins.
Thank you, Chair. I'm objecting to this application both on heritage and housing grounds. Despite the very welcome removal of the tower, the massing of the present scheme of up to 8 stories is still totally out of keeping with the surrounding neighbourhood. I had hoped that the proposals would undo some of the damage of the 1960s development by restoring some of the historic street pattern with appropriate scale building and respect to local architecture. An attractive link could have then been created between the historic areas of St Augustine's and Magdalen Street. Sad to say the proposed scheme with its scale and density can't achieve this, and I fear will perpetuate the fragmentation of this part of the historic city. Of course, there's no way 1,100 homes could be accommodated without impacting on local heritage. There is huge housing density with too many one-bed flats and too few affordable homes. Surely, with many small, tight sites within the city, the affordable quota has to be achieved on a site such as this. And very disturbingly, 50% of the dwellings are single aspect. Despite what the report says, it must be clear to anyone that a double aspect dwelling gets more light than a single aspect one. And that has to be positive for health and well-being. As for heat retention, the most effective way for removing excess heat is by creating natural through drafts at night. But this remedy is denied to single aspect dwellings, so in spite of the modelling, it is difficult to see how really comfortable temperatures can be maintained during summertime. There is growing concern about this issue. In London, where they know more about overheating flats than anyone, their 2021 plan says housing development should maximise the provision of dual aspect dwellings and normally avoid the provision of single aspect dwellings. The head of research at the Chartered Institution of Building Services Engineers, who are responsible for the TM59 modelling, has said in an article that, speaking in a personal capacity, she thinks single aspect flats should be outlawed, and if they do survive, air conditioning would become the norm. So then is Norwich about to embark on a major experiment to see how its 550 new single aspect flats fare as heat waves become more frequent? Notwithstanding that, I hope that somebody can answer a question. Given that new building regs Part O, overheating mitigation, were introduced effective from the 15th of June 22, would these be applicable to this scheme, given that the planning application was lodged in advance of that date? To conclude, the developer says a less intense scheme wouldn't be viable, and perhaps that is true for them. But it would be a fallacy to impute the same viability test to a totally different circumstances from those existing now. Governments are always trying to encourage inner city regeneration. I'm thinking, for example, of the successful £20 million Great Yarmouth North Quay bid with CPO powers granted as well, which they can use as well. And opportunities will arise in the future to develop Anglia Square in a way both sympathetic to our city's heritage and to its housing need. I call on the Planning Committee to reject the application.
Thank you, Ian. You know how to do 3 minutes. Exactly. Next speaker is Hugo Mackin. Are you representing the Norwich Renters Collective?
Thanks, Chair. I'm Hugo Malik from the Norwich Renters Collective, and on behalf of almost 1,000 people today, up to today, who have signed our petition, calling on councillors to uphold their policy to make sure that all large-scale developments meet the 33% affordable criteria. In front of you today is a proposal that will negatively impact renters in this city for decades and do nothing to stop the rocketing rise in costs of renting. The 1,000 unaffordable housing units alongside just 10% affordable units does not reflect the urgency of the high housing crisis. It is likely only to force those on lower incomes and in insecure housing from the area that they consider their home. A brief glance at the papers in front of you and you'll see it's littered with clues about what this really means for people who struggle to rent in this city. The application talks repeatedly about repositioning this part of the city and the significant steep stepped premiums on residential properties. It gives away its real audience for this project, citing affluent households as the people keeping housing market prices stable by being less affected by the cost of living. It admits first-time buyers will continue to struggle as they contend with, and I quote, rapid increase in rental prices. It talks of the buy-to-let market plugging a gap in slow sales and references bulk sales of developments to the private rental sector. For example, St Anne's, which is currently advertising a 2-bedroom property for £1,600 per month. From the dominance of single-bed flats and the average size of the affordable properties falling way below the market value alternatives, you'll be forgiven for reading these papers and thinking families in Norwich don't seem to exist. Something you won't find in this application, that Colombian Threadneedle have global assets of over $1 trillion, who last year bought a Luxembourg bank for over $1 billion. They estimate Anglia Square will make them 150% on their initial investment in land value. But here they are getting Western homes to cry a viability river and suck up a huge amount of public finance, including the SIL payment. The Council's own policy, Joint Core Strategy 4 and DM33, state the Council commits to ensuring 33% of all new major developments are affordable. We will no doubt hear today that councillors can choose to waive this commitment. We are asking you today not to waive it. We are asking you to choose to prioritise 33% affordable housing. If this developer can't meet the affordable housing quota set out by this local council, then local councillors must find another developer that will, and even consider the radical nature of a CPO. This is a decision between what you know is right and what is wrong for our city, whether you'll give weight to your own policies and affordable housing needs. If councillors cheer on affordable housing... You need to wind up, Hugo. If councillors cheer on affordable housing online, but won't vote to defend it in practice, what message does that send to Norwich? And we ask, if in the current cost of living crisis you won't stand up for the 33% affordable housing, when will you?
Thank you. Next speaker is Kate Murphy. And you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
I would just like to say I object to this development and support all the comments of the previous speakers. And an amended line from a band called the Bothy Band is, do you love an apple? Do you love a pear? No, I love a square. Anglia Square is lit, as in from the inside, like alive and living. The proposed mega murky money downgrade is an extinguisher to that lit and alive social ecosystem which is evolved and supportive and not easily described but experienced positively by many people who use it and pass through it. Where are we as the community who use it daily meant to go? What about our glass roof centre and the benches that you can lean back on and which face each other at a restful proximity? Do you want us to sit further away from you, from the city, like a couple of miles out of sight? Will you, Norwich City Council, please listen to us? We want to support you in being brave and holding your nerve and making the right decision for the long, already gone by and still ahead lifespan of Norwich City. We are the ones who live with you, not the mega murky money planners who are, in my opinion, unsymbiotically buddying up for the short haul. Will you, Norwich City Council, provide a viable alternative space, or are you ready to say goodbye to the population who use and love and are loyal to their experiences at Anglia Square day in and out? It's probably clear that I like Anglia Square as it is. However, I accept that it will be redeveloped at some point, at which point I would like its qualities to be respected and further encouraged in any suggested development, not this current example of faux lip service to community hubs and creative spaces, which I find offensively misleading considering the destruction to those exact features the current plans plan to cause. I've been using a studio space at Gildingate House at Anglia Square since graduating in 2011. More than 80 other local visual artists work from there across 5 floors. I do not believe in the plans proposed that they have the best interests of Norwich as a city and community at their heart. I can understand the developers are not bound to arrange themselves around human community values. I do, however, expect that deeply and completely of the councillors as gatekeepers to a healthy, thriving, socially fair city via your many one decisions at a time. Please, please protect Norwich from this developer's vision of who we're meant to become for their financial profit. I'm sure a lot of work and communication has gone into making plans and revising these plans. It cannot compete with the work that would go into having to deal with the decades-long fallout, socially, environmentally, the health experiences and feelings of the people who will or will not continue to live in Norwich.
Can you wind up now, please? Thank you.
Yes. I feel that this is a moment for the council to believe in itself, that you and we together are worth better, far, far more genuine and better. So please don't get lost in all these revised plans and see the bigger picture of the lifespan of Norwich City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paul Fenner. And you have 3 minutes as well, Paul.
Right, well, I'm a local resident as well, and I also very much agree with the previous comments. But I'm here to talk about a very specific heritage issue. And I'm going to read out a short statement by Sandy Heslop, who's a Professor Emeritus at the UEA. But just to preface his remarks a little bit with some context, there's the issue of the possible remains of the 11th century St Olav's Church in the southwest corner of the site, where there's a collection of older buildings, including an old Victorian pub, and nestled behind that, where the Surrey Chapel is a small flint warehouse building, and a group of us who are art historians, archaeologists and archivists have researched the site, and we believe there's good reason to believe that parts of the warehouse building contain medieval in situ fabric. And although a listing application for the building was declined, experts believe that conclusive evidence can only be attained through a thorough archaeological investigation of the interior of the site, and in particular the west wall, which is the part of the building that's most likely to include in situ medieval fabric. And we believe that it's the council's responsibility, representing a city which is still the best preserved medieval city in Britain, to fully investigate this site. So Professor Sandy Heslop is well placed to speak about this. He was a former president of the British Archaeological Association, and he was the principal investigator on the medieval parish churches of Norwich research project for the University of East Anglia. So in other words, he's a leading expert on the medieval churches of Norwich. So this is Sandy's words. The location of St Olav's churchyard is demonstrated by leases, maps and archaeological investigation from the 16th century to the present day. In the last 50 years, at least 17 Christian burials have been uncovered on the site. At the centre of the area is a stable block with fabric of different dates, some potentially medieval. Despite the 18th century claim that the church was demolished at the Reformation, legal documents from the late 16th century onwards mention standing walls. There is therefore a fair chance that the stable block incorporates parts of the medieval church. Bulldozing the building will destroy any traces of it, and with it will go much of the history and heritage of part of the city's development at a period of rapid expansion before the Norman conquest. Archaeology can also help establish the genetic origins of early burials. Are they local or Scandinavian? Our understanding of the growth of Norwich is at stake here. The dedication of the church to a martyred king of Norway is suggestive and of international significance. But we need to put flesh back on the bones. There is an opportunity to make this site the centre of celebrating the history of Norwich. Do not unthinkingly destroy it.
Thank you for that. We have one speaker left, and that's the applicant, and that's Steve Hatton. Oh, I just must say, Councillor Samira put in an application to speak, but he's not here, so that was going to be read out. But I thought that was going to take more than 3 minutes as well, so we got him printed, so I hope you all had a look and had time to read them. If not, I will give a couple of minutes after the applicant has spoken.
There are spare copies and a few on the website.
Thank you. Steve, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, members and chair, and thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak today. I've met with many of you before, but for those who don't know me, my name's Steve Hatton and I'm the Planning Design Director at Weston Homes. I'm also joined by our chairman, Bob Weston. We seek the support of the committee today for the regeneration of Anglia Square. The decision of the Secretary of State to refuse the previous application was made contrary to the resolution of this committee and the subsequent positive recommendation of the planning inspector. However, we had to acknowledge that decision did, of course, reflect the views of some local people and various stakeholders. Weston Homes looked at those criticisms seriously and realised that if we wished to continue with our ambition to regenerate Anglia Square, we had to comprehensively revisit the scheme rather than try to solve individual reasons for refusal. This approach required extensive negotiations with the landowner, with Homes England to establish whether their funding support could be extended, as well also with Historic England to see if their concerns could be addressed or at least significantly minimised. Discussions also proceeded with your officers at the City Council, with the Independent Design and South East Review Panel, and with many stakeholder groups and the local community. As a result, we have genuinely engaged with a wide range of stakeholders for the last 2 years to formulate, bring forward and further refine an application for a viable, deliverable regeneration scheme. I'd like to stress 2 important points about this process. First, community engagement has been at the centre of our thoughts throughout the entire design process. We've held exhibitions at Anglia Square over 3 stages of scheme preparations and a regular community design forum chaired independently by Design South East. We were complimented on our extensive approach to community engagement. Second, we have designed a new scheme from scratch. This has allowed us to address key issues raised in respect of the previous proposals were endorsed by the Secretary of State. To enable a comprehensive scheme, we negotiated new arrangements with the landowner to incorporate the entire site and to be the sole developer involved. This allowed us to generate a fundamentally different design brief and unlocked the ability to reduce the previous quantum of commercial floor space and also car parking. The current scheme before you results from this process of engagement and is very, very different to the cooling scheme. By comparison to the cooling scheme, important aspects of the current proposals are as follows. Building heights have been reduced across the entirety of the site, with buildings now ranging from 3 to 8 stories, being no higher than Sovereign House currently on site. Whereas previously a number of blocks were 10 to 12 stories along with a 20-storey tower. It takes greater account of views across the site and from nearby listed buildings with a reduced impact on the long distance views across the city by keeping below the distant wooded skyline. Its internal floor area is approximately 35% smaller, spread over a larger site. It improves internal amenity of the dwellings with 52% now dual aspect compared to 30% previously. It reduces the impact of vehicle movements from the scheme with 1,060 fewer car parking spaces provided. And it significantly reduces heritage impact. With the new scheme, out of 45 heritage assets to be assessed, only 2 listed buildings were identified with a minor level of less than substantial harm. For the remaining 43 heritage assets, including the Anglican Cathedral, the impact is considered neutral or even beneficial. So, since the current scheme has notably reduced overall scale and massing, it has therefore reduced heritage harm measured against the benchmarks previously set in the Secretary of State's assessment. The current objectors have failed to present a viable and realistic alternative and overstate the level of harm caused by the current scheme. Set against this significant reduction in heritage harm, the scheme would result in many significant benefits to be considered in the planning balance. The officer's report highlights these comprehensively, but I would like to draw your attention to the most notable of these. In terms of economic benefits, 288 direct jobs will be created on site. This will create a further 292 indirect jobs within Norwich and the east of England. During the construction and demolition phases, 2,211 direct construction jobs will be created, along with a further 2,239 indirect jobs within Norwich and the east of England. Up to £36.4 million of residential expenditure will be introduced per annum on retail and leisure within the local area. In terms of the social benefits, up to 1,100 new homes will be provided, including at least 10% affordable, contributing to an identified housing need. The provision of a community hub and a community hall for both residents and the public to use. Provision of public toilets and a changing places facility. Substantial improvements to the public realm, including a much larger landscaped angular square with a new canopy along with new public gardens and pedestrianised streets. Providing high quality flexible floor space that can accommodate a wide range of uses to allow medical or healthcare facilities and social enterprises to be accommodated subject to demand. In terms of environmental benefits, around 200 trees and 1.2 kilometres of hedging will be planted, as well as introducing green roofs. This will enable us to achieve 85% biodiversity net gain. We'll be improving the Yellow Pedalway with a new and more direct north-south dedicated cycle path. 56% of the development's energy needs will be met through air source heat pumps, and a 58% reduction in CO2 emissions will be achieved over Part L of Building Regulations 2021 requirements. Both of these figures comfortably exceed policy requirements. To answer a question by one of the earlier speakers, I'd also like to add that the scheme will be subject to the new Part O requirements and will therefore comply with them at the point of their construction. Finally, the redevelopment of an underutilised brownfield site that's been identified as in need of regeneration for decades. I would like to assure members that Western Homes has a strong record of delivering high quality homes, and most recently were awarded with the Watt House Best Medium House Builder Award of 2022, along with awards from Watt House for Best Starter Home and Best Interior. You should also be assured that we currently have a 91% customer satisfaction rating. We are focused on delivering quality homes and places for people to live, and fully expect Anglia Square to be another of our award-winning schemes. I would also like to take this opportunity to reiterate Western Homes' commitment to regenerate Anglia Square. In the 7 years that we've been involved with this project, we've invested in excess of £6 million. We simply wouldn't spend that time or money if we didn't believe in Norwich as a place to work, live and invest. If we obtain a resolution to approve today, we expect to have demolition well underway by the end of the year and remain committed to delivering a scheme that we can all be proud of in the next 7 to 8 years. If the application is refused today, we fear the site will fall into further dereliction for years to come. Your officer's assessment of the application is that the planning balance weighs in favour of the scheme and recommends approval. I strongly endorse this recommendation and respectfully urge members to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Planners, officers, did you want to come back on any of the questions been asked so far? No? Okay, we'll move on to questions from the committee. Laura, Leah? Yes.
Chair, you might recall earlier when I spoke, I mentioned about whether members felt they could now make the decision in an open, fair and transparent way. And I think we suggested at that point, having now heard the representations from the officers, having had the representations from the speakers, if members do feel that they can make the decision today, because if not, they are obviously entitled to put forward a proposition about how they would like to treat this in an alternative way. So perhaps if we just make that consideration at this stage and then we move on to questions, I'd be grateful.
Okay. Councillor Lovett.
Thank you, Chair. in the interest of openness and transparency, I'd like to say that I have listened intently to all the information. And when I said earlier that there were aspects of the report that I hadn't read and skimmed through, I was really speaking about the appendices at the back, where there were lists of things that one skimmed through. But I repeat that I have read the report, and I understand the report, and I feel that I'm in receipt of all the information to make the necessary decision today.
Councillor Sands.
Thank you, Chair. And pardon me, I'd agree with the summation by Councillor Lubbock there. I feel I've heard plenty this morning. I had read the report very thoroughly, and the presentation by officers this morning was very, very clear. They presented both cases for and against, and made the whole situation very, very clear for me, and I have no doubt very, very clear for other members as well. So yes, I feel perfectly equipped to go ahead this morning, or today, this afternoon now, to progress this and make a decision.
Councillor Sands.
Chair, this isn't on that subject, but have we got a break timetabled?
No, we haven't got a break timetable, but we will have lunchtime at some time. I know the questions could go on for another 4 or 5 hours, with some of the members got questions, or could go on for half an hour. What I suggested is we went through some of them and then sort of break about, well, whenever, for an hour. Yeah. Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. I feel that able to make a decision on this. The amount of information we've had, both in the tome that was sent out and from the officers and the people who have been speaking on the subject, I feel we could make a decision. I certainly could make a decision today.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone who can't make a decision? Councillor Stewart.
No, I'm not claiming that I can't make a decision. I just wanted to say that I wanted to thank officers for the comprehensive report, which for me has filled in a number of the gaps. Excuse me. I still feel that the committee would have benefited from a site visit, but we're all in the same situation, and therefore I believe that we are all in a position to be able to make an informed decision, including Councillor Peake, because we have had such a comprehensive presentation this morning, and I believe that I'm ready to make a decision at some stage during the day.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? So, okay, we'll definitely move on to Councillor's questions, but it's been suggested that we move on to lunch now. You know, I see 1 or 2 nodding heads. So, how long would people like for lunch? And I know the front doors are shut, so people have got to get out. We can't get back in until gone 2 anyway, because the doors are locked.
The doors are open.
They're open now?
Yes, we have arranged that the front doors should be accessible for anyone that needs to pop in and out just to grab food and so on.
Okay, it's 45 minutes long enough, everyone. 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We'll start this afternoon's session on Anglican Square again, and we're on to councillors' questions to officers. And these are questions, not statements or anything else, if we can try and get through the questions. Councillor Galvin first.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all the officers and people that have made representations this morning. A lot to think about. I'd just like to question on page 58, the viability evidence. The best scenario appraisals indicate there's a prospect of viability improving over the course of the development. Obviously, viability is key, especially in terms of affordable housing, etc. I want to ask a question about what occupation means. Does occupation mean sold units? And also ask about how it got to the phases here, 30, 60 and 90% occupation. So the draft section 106, which we've got, requires future reviews at phases. So what I wanted to test was if it's possible, if viability does improve, if we've got the 10% minimum benchmark as already agreed, if viability does improve, would it be possible to increase that? And could we seek earlier points rather than 30, 60 and 90%, say 20, 40, 60, perhaps 80, which might give a chance to build in the affordable housing to the site. So the question is occupation, what does occupation mean, and could we change those horizons?
You just want to take this one? Yes, top bench.
Yeah, thank you. Andrew Turnbull, Development Strategy Manager at the City Council. I might refer to Jacqueline on the occupation definition, but my understanding will be that this will be on the sales of the properties, so it will be at the point of sale. In terms of the 30, 60, 90% review mechanisms, we did look at this in quite some detail. I think it's fair to say that the Affordable Housing SPD suggests that we should seek a review of viability at the point of a reserved matters application on any future phases. So that is also a review mechanism that we'll put into the section 106. And in terms of the 30, 60, 90, it's also recognised that you don't want to be doing multiple reviews within 6 months of each other. We know that there's likely to be concurrent development on this site, and phase 1 and phase 2 are very closely aligned. So we feel that the 30, 60 and 90% markers give us ample opportunity to reassess the viability of the scheme and to then carry out that review and seek additional affordable housing, or in the instance of the latter, to seek an affordable housing commuted sum towards affordable housing elsewhere in the city.
Councillor Lubbock.
Yes, on the, I echo what Councillor Galvin said about the hard work that the officers have put in and the very clear and concise presentation this morning. On the issue of affordable housing, it is really at the heart of a lot of the concerns that people have. Apart from the viability issue, can I ask officers to expand on the vacant building credit that also comes into play?
Yes, the vacant building credit is applicable to this development, and the Affordable Housing SPD sets out how that is calculated. And broadly speaking, you look at existing buildings on the site, and generally from our perspective, we consider them vacant when they've been vacant for more than 3 years. So we look at the amount of floor space that comes into that category, and you calculate the square meterage of that vacant floor space. Then you look at what's proposed in terms of new floor space, and you divide the that new floor space by the existing floor space that's vacant, and that gives you a percentage, a ratio, and you multiply that by the 33% policy requirement. It's a bit complicated. But that brings your either 33% down to what is the policy requirement with the application of the vacant building credit. And in this case, that's 22.6%. So there is, I know there's been a lot of talk about the 33% as being the policy requirement. That is a starting point, but as I say, where vacant building credit applies, you have to apply that first to then identify what the policy compliant level is for that site, for that development. Does that explain that?
Thank you. Vaughan, is this on the same subject or a different question? A different question? Sorry?
Yes, different question.
Right, so I'm going to put you in first when we come back. I'm going to get rid of all the affordable bits first on 33. Anyone want to ask a question on affordability? Councillor Davis?
Thanks, Chair. In paragraph 203 on page 50, the health impact assessment submitted with the application highlights that circa 18.3% of the population within the local impact area have long-term health problems or disability. There is high unmet need for affordable housing. I would just ask the officers if we can take this into consideration before making a decision on the 10/22%, whichever is policy compliant, please.
Officers? Did anyone?
Just for clarification, Councillor Davis, are you asking whether there is a meeting of the need of health needs within the affordable housing?
Yes.
So I believe from looking through the files, there is a significant number of homes that are designed to the lifetime home standard in line with council policy. Tracy may be able to answer exactly.
That's 10%. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in relation to the total area of properties that are available, what is the affordable allocation, please?
Sorry, Councillor, do you mean in terms of the amount of floor space? How much do they take up?
Yes, the footprint of the affordable housing compared with the total floor space of housing. Just wondered what the ratio was, please.
I mean, we haven't worked that out because the policy is as a percentage of the number of units rather than percentage of the floor space.
I understand that, and I asked as a matter of interest, but if you don't have the answer, then I'll accept that.
Okay, I've got Councillor Graham. I know Councillor Gold put her hand up first, but she's already spoken on this subject, so I'll come to you last. If there's anyone else. Councillor Graham?
Paragraph 77, I want to draw your attention to part of a question from Historic England which appears not to have been answered. And my question about it is around the assumptions, what assumptions are made in the viability assessment about land value going up and down with the times and also with the permission or the refusal, and how that would impact on the viability calculations.
So, sorry, I was just reading the particular paragraph. I think in terms of viability, it's done at the time of the application, so we have to take it at that point. So in terms of up and down of land values, we have to take it at the point that we've actually got the application as it is right now. We look at the existing use value of the site, and the landowner, which in this case is Columbia Threadneedle, needs to be incentivised to bring that forward for redevelopment. So the affordable housing SPD allows the existing use value plus 15% to be calculated as the benchmark land value, and it's done at the time of application.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, you spoke before. Sorry? Yeah, so as Lucy's might be as well. Anyone else want to speak who's not spoke? No, I'll go to Councillor Galvin and then Councillor Davis again.
Thank you. Yeah, it's about the affordable provision in phase 1. I understood 46 units, and in phase 2, 28. I know you don't have the floor space, but what we do know what those units are, don't we? What's their breakdown in terms of beds, etc.?
There are, this in the first phase, there are 11 two-bedroomed houses, and then the remainder are one-bedroom flats.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Yeah, thanks. I've also got para 77 highlighted. My question around the viability is when the land value assessment was done, were the vacant buildings, Sovereign House and Gilden Gate House, were they listed as assets under permitted development in that they could potentially be converted from office to homes under permitted development?
Anyone like to take that?
I believe they were. That there was an assumption that they would be eligible for prior approval conversion to residential.
Thank you. We've finished with affordable housing. We'll move on to Councillor Stooney. You've got another question on that?
Yes, very much related to affordable housing. To paragraph 254 describes an option put forward by Save Britain's Heritage, and it's stated, I think, that there's limited evidence to suggest that it would be deliverable with viability. Would viability for such a scheme be affected significantly, assuming all the other benefits are in place, such as SIL exemption and the HIF funding, if a CPO was attached to it and further instruction from Homes England?
Thank you, Councillor Shutley. Just to kind of set out the history, I suppose, in regard to the scheme that's referred to by SAVE. Obviously, during the public inquiry, the call-in scheme, they submitted a scheme of circa 600 dwellings. Both the Historic England did, supported by the architects Ash Sakula, which SAVE are now taking forward. The planning inspector and the Secretary of State gave that scheme incredibly limited weight at that time due to the lack of evidence supporting it. There was no viability submitted. Both myself and David Parkin have met again with SAVE, who, as I say, are now supporting that Ash Sakula scheme and bringing it forward and have circulated it to members today. We met them back in August last year, at which point they told us it was a viable, deliverable scheme, but failed again to provide any evidence to support that view. We note the scheme sent to members today is for circa 780 dwellings, still with no viability assessment supporting it, a raft of documents that would be needed to be taken into account missing, no heritage impact assessment, no habitat regulations or appropriate assessment. So we simply do not have the evidence in which to assess the viability of that scheme as to whether it would require any influence from Homes England or whether even indeed a CPO would be possible. From the council position in terms of CPO, I think this is an incredibly expensive site. It would take a huge amount of millions of pounds for us to CPO this. So I really don't think that is an intervention that we can make in this case. But as I say, the viability of that Ash Sakula scheme has not been demonstrated, and I would encourage members to give it incredibly limited weight in any decision that you make today.
Thank you. May I come back on that, please? When I was reading about the presented benefits of the devolution that's being offered to Norfolk, one of the sales pitches within that was that CPO powers would be presented for regeneration schemes that run into trouble or that fail. So the question, or the purpose for that question, was whether a CPO would be more likely to proceed if this application fails today.
Councillor Sands.
Thank you, Chair. I think I and another a number of other councillors put in questions in advance of today's meeting. I'm assuming those are going to be addressed later. Is that correct? If not, I'll ask a question now.
Just to clarify, the purpose of the email, which I think Sarah sent around about a week or so before the agenda was circulated, was so that we could prepare answers to questions that members were going to ask in committee.
Oh, right.
So we're not. I mean, you may have found that those questions have been answered through the presentation and through some of the speakers and things like that. So it's kind of down to you. If you still want to ask those questions, we will.
Okay. Well, I've got one key question which I'll ask now, if I may. It's obviously a complex development, and it mentions on paragraph 258 about other developers being unable to unlock the site. Why is it other developers have failed to put in proposals, including Ashtakula, do you think? And why is it any potential developers have been unable to unlock this site other than perhaps Western Homes?
Can we take that question a bit later, because we're still on a portable...
This is viability, which is what we're on.
Okay. Anyone wish to take that?
Yeah, I'll take that one. I think as it kind of sets out in the report, and as I set out in my presentation, the previous schemes which have all been granted planning permission have been predominantly kind of retail or commercial led, and in the changing world that we kind of increasingly live in, they have been deemed to be unviable, albeit they've been granted planning permission, and those developers just simply haven't taken them forward. For example, the most recent one proposed a huge Tesco supermarket. We're seeing the closure of supermarkets all over the place, and people kind of moving to delivery of shopping these days. So there's a huge changing market in terms of what's driving the economy at the moment. In terms of other people bringing forward schemes, I'm always open to receiving applications, and indeed, asked SAVE and Ashtakula to submit a scheme if they felt that there was an alternative that was viable, and we haven't had one submitted to date. So, members are encouraged to determine the scheme that is in front of them today on its own merits as it stands.
Councillor Davis.
I think, sorry, if Officer Turnbull could...
If I could just add around the viability question as well, Councillor. There are a number of fixed costs associated with this development in terms of demolition, decontamination, and things like that. So the nature of the development that's proposed today is showing that this is a viable option. The nature of some of those other developments will still have those fixed costs, but may not generate the level of income that this scheme does.
Sorry, could I just add something further to that? I mean, it's set out in paragraph 258. But a site can get a reputation for being difficult to deliver as well, difficult to bring forward. And I think that is what Anglia Square has acquired. So that kind of essentially disincentivises the market from actually bringing it forward. The kind of more difficult it gets, the more risky it becomes, and the less attractive it is.
Sorry, Councillor Davis.
Thanks. This is still on paragraph 253. It stated it would also be reasonable to say that in the absence of the proposed development, the site's physical fabric and infrastructure is likely to continue to deteriorate. So my question is, what powers do the council have to compel landowners to maintain their sites?
I mean, we do have certain enforcement powers, but they don't come without risk. I mean, there is a Section 215 notice that could be served, but compliance with those notices, compliance with those notices, if we serve a notice and no one complies with it, we then actually have to do what the notice says. And then there's that cost then falls back to the council. And if we can't recover that cost from the landowner, we end up putting a charge on the land, which effectively kind of makes it more difficult to deliver a development on that land because it's got another burden on it, another set of costs attached to it. So it's always better if there is an acceptable scheme to actually deliver a development that addresses the dereliction rather than to get somebody to tart up a derelict building I mean, we've used those in instances where we can make a building secure and things like that, but you can't actually make somebody redevelop a site because it's actually getting tatty and derelict.
Councillor Stooley?
Thank you for that answer, David. So can you confirm then that the council has never asked the landowner or successive landowners to tidy up the site and maintain the properties to a degree that would at least have kept them in an acceptable condition?
Well, I think the point that I would make at this stage that there are parts of the site which are out of use at the moment and are kind of boarded off, like the car park, because there's safety issues with that. And we've had a more recent safety issue with there's a nightclub, which I never knew existed, but apparently under the exit ramp to the car park, which has had issues with the roof. So the owner will be putting up, if they haven't already, fencing to stop people getting onto that roof and potentially falling through. So at the moment, the state of the site is being managed, but obviously you've got to bear in mind there's pending development proposals. So again, we've always got to weigh in what do we gain by kind of serving these notices when we're actually, as a council, still engaging with the developer, and we've got an application to determine which could actually get rid of all these issues and bring forward a development.
Councillor Galvin.
Thank you. On page 56, paragraph 234, I just wanted to ask, it is back to the viability review actually, how the land value estimation takes into account that the site isn't viable without considerable external funding from the council and HIF.
I'll take that question, thank you, Chair. Standard RICS guidance, so Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, around the assessment of viability states that the most suitable way of assessing land value is to look at that existing use value with the premium for the developer to bring the site forward. That's what's been used in terms of this assessment. Putting a negative or a zero land value in just because it needs public subsidy isn't the way of assessing viability. What you need to do is assess the true viability with that land value and then see whether any public subsidy is required to bring it up to a more viable position. I think it's fair to say that in this instance, in true viability terms, 10% affordable housing is actually above what the developer could offer in terms of looking at true viability. And it's fair to say that in the policy terms, both JCS4, the Affordable Housing SPD, and MPPF allows viability to be considered when you're looking at the levels of affordable housing. They all state that that is a starting point, that 33% for discussions, and that those policies allow for that renegotiation.
Right, we'll finish on that. Councillor Thomas. Do you want one more question on that, Ian?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you. Just to follow up, sort of generally on this, given that we were presented with an alternative, certainly in terms of documentation. I know it's not come to the planning or been submitted, and requests for viability have failed to materialise. I wondered if the council had considered having a viability report commissioned on the SAVE scheme, given that given the importance of the Anglia Square scheme and the delivery aims.
No, we haven't, put it simply.
I think it's fair to say that there wasn't sufficient information for us to be able to carry out that viability study.
Thank you.
Councillor Thomas, new question, new answer.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the officers for producing this tome. It's got first prize for the weightiest tome I've ever come across, and for the presentation today. My question's on the wider generation benefits. Paragraph 205 of the report notes that the development has the ability to act as a stimulus for transformative change within the wider Northern City area, and also draws attention to the St Mary's Works, St George's Works and Barrack Street sites, which lie in or partially developed close to Anglia Square. Can you explain how the proposed development may actually assist in delivery of these or other sites, and what level of private and affordable housing and other developments may be delivered on such nearby sites in the coming years?
I'll take that, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, we've had a look at this. I mean, the three sites mentioned in the report are obviously pretty close. But if you look at the kind of the area kind of covered by the previous Norwich City Centre Area Action Plan, and existing and proposed allocations within that kind of area, that northern city centre area, there's a number of kind of privately owned sites, which and also some which Andrew might want to comment on, but also some city council owned sites which would potentially benefit from the development incentive that the redevelopment of Anglia Square would provide, and the kind of upper, there's between them there's between 700 and 750 dwellings either allocated or they have consent on these sites, and if they deliver the 750 kind of max, if they deliver policy compliant, if they all delivered the Greater Norwich Local Plan level of affordable housing, which is at 28%, they would deliver around 210 affordable units. Now, we haven't done the vacant building credit assessment on that, so that's an upper figure, but there's a significant number of dwellings within the Northern City Centre Area Action Plan which could be kind of given a bit of a boost with the redevelopment benefits from Anglia Square. Don't know whether Andrew wants to add anything further to that.
Yeah, thank you, David. I think one of the things to say is that what this scheme will do is it will be providing confidence to this area of the city. That can have a transformative effect in terms of values of residential in this area, which we would hope would then improve any viability of other sites that are proposed for this particular North City area. I think David alluded to, we have got some City Council owned sites that we are considering at the moment. I won't go public with names of sites, but there are a number of sites in this area that are under consideration for development in the future, and they may come forward for affordable housing through the Council's housing revenue account, or could be in partnership with registered providers, and it may also be that we deliver some private homes ourselves through our wholly owned company.
Councillor Dowes.
Thank you. Still on viability, are the officers confident that a 5% cost contingency is enough to get this project delivered, bearing in mind we've just seen a 30% rise in building materials?
I think the nature of the way that Western Homes look at their development, they are an integrated developer, so they have their own in-house kind of contracts, so therefore they're able to control their costs maybe some better than some other developers. That will certainly help them with this. They have gone through a complete cost plan exercise and are comfortable with the levels of levels of build costs that they've put into their appraisals. 5% is an industry standard level of contingency. On smaller schemes, you would expect it to be maybe perhaps lower at 3%. So I think they have reflected the nature of the risk in this particular development. We don't know what's going to happen with build cost inflation. We have seen significant rises. They are perhaps related to shocks to the system in terms of the Ukraine war and in terms of Brexit. The indication is that build costs will start to flatline and maybe even slightly drop in coming years, but there's no guarantees around that.
Councillor Champion.
On what basis are you making that statement that you think that these costs might decrease in coming years?
it's just industry standard information coming out of the BCIS that they are predicting that they will start to flatten off and then maybe even slightly drop. So it's just industry information that's coming out.
Speculation.
Well, BCIS, they are the experts in this field.
Okay.
Councillor Stoodley?
Thank you, yes, Chair. Still on viability, paragraph 242 describes the assessments that we'll have at 30, 60 and 90% occupation. I just wondered in the experience of the council whether there are whether there's any evidence of those changes in profitability or viability resulting in additional payments to us. What's the history of this generally with developers? And evidently, page 245 describes how Western Homes have got created some flexibility for themselves with their own business model. So there could be, well, there's worries about viability and whether we'll actually have delivery if everything goes well for the company, assuming this is rubber stamped. We could see an increased profitability and therefore payments to the council. So what is the history of that, or are developers very clever at hiding those additional profits?
I think it's fair to say that this is a relatively unique scheme for the City of Norwich in terms of its size. I don't think we've had one of this size for many, many years that I can think of. And so having this level of review is probably quite unique in my 15 years at the City Council.
If I can just...
I realise that we don't have anything to compare it like for like. So I was just asking about those that we do have. And whether there is additional recoveries of money.
I think the answer to that question is sometimes those, because normally when we're getting section 106, that there are review stages, there are standard review stages built into the section 106 anyway. So if a developer doesn't commence within a certain time scale, and then if there's a review, and then if they don't occupy within so many months, having commenced, there's a further stage of review. It all depends on the kind of market circumstances. So, I mean, there have been instances where we've got additional contributions for affordable housing. Equally, there have been instances where we haven't. But what happens is it never goes down because our policies don't allow it to. So we always get what we always get the minimum. That's kind of set out on the tin when you first approve the scheme. Yeah.
Can I just add as well, the purpose of the viability reviews is to look at actual cost and value data. So in terms of your concern about hiding profit somewhere, we will be looking at actual sales values, actual costs. So there will need to be we will need to verify that information that's being submitted by the developer, and we will do that each time the viability review is triggered. So it gives far more accuracy in terms of being able to gauge any movement in viability.
Well, I've got two other people talking about viability again. We've gone backwards and gone back to viability. I'm going to take all the questions at once on viability and then the officers answer. So it seems like the officers are answering the question and people bringing other questions in at the same time. Councillor Bibb Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding development viability, the report refers to 15 million housing infrastructure grant funding that may be available to support delivery of the site. Can officers advise about the certainty of this funding being available and what impact a decision today will have on this?
Councillor Lucy Calvin. I'm going to take all the questions on viability.
You're not asking me to answer that, are you? No.
Yes, answer that.
Yeah, it is just a quick follow-up question on paragraph 242. I just wanted to probe again if it's possible to bring forward one of those later date reviews just to make it possible to have provision on site for affordable housing rather than, so you could still have the 90% at the end, towards the end, to give a financial contribution, but if at the moment there's nothing between 60 and 90, if there was something around 70, then that might allow the contribution to be in sight, or have I got that?
One other hand, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you again, Chair. Just, I guess it was a follow-up question to the answer I just received about how creative accounting within the Section 106 reviews and assessments are avoided and eliminated as a possibility. I just wanted you to expand on that, if you could, please.
Thank you, officers.
If I do it in reverse order, so just coming back on Councillor Stuteley's point, I mean, we have a great deal of internal expertise through Andrew and his colleagues. As a council, we deliver housing, so we kind of know what the costs are, we know what the contingencies are, and in many respects we're in a much better position than other councils who are not building their own houses to actually know what that is and to know where things can be hidden, etc. We commission people to build houses for us, so I suggest we're pretty good at that. But we also, in this instance, if it's an extremely complicated site, we will also commission independent advice. In this instance, we've had a company called Avison Young, who, with support from Andrew and his colleagues, have actually looked at the viability appraisal for this. So the reviews will be scrutinised, at least internally, and if we need to go externally, then we will do that, because we don't want profit hidden any more than anybody else does, so we will chase it down and make sure that to the best of our abilities that it isn't hidden away, and that we do get the maximum affordable housing.
Andrew, do you want to say something?
Yeah, if I could just add to that. We will be asking the developers to provide all of their cost and sales information, and we will ask for that to be verified by a quantity surveyor, so that they'll be putting their professional indemnity on the line.
Thank you, that's reassuring.
Yes, Councillor Galvin's question. In terms of the 30, 60, 90, when I was taking you through the phasing plan, 30% will be triggered partway through occupation of phase 2, allowing the prospect for on-site provision in phase 3. The 60% is partway through phase 3 to allow the potential for on-site provision or more on-site provision in phase 4. So I think those trigger points work in terms of trying to ensure that we're looking at viability improvement ahead of a phase that's going to follow, which could include that on-site provision.
I think if I could just add as well, I think it's fair to the developer that they have a certain amount of certainty about the levels of affordable housing, and if there's too many reviews, it could impact on their ability to secure finance for the development.
And just one more to answer.
Thank you, Chair. In response to Councillor Vivian Thomas's question, the HIF situation is quite complicated, so I'll try and set it out as briefly as I can, but as cognizantly as I can. We do have a signed contract in place with Homes England for the HIF funding, but that by no means makes it certain. That contract was based on the call-in scheme in terms of viability, the required infrastructure and the development timetable. So as a result, through the passage of time from the public inquiry and the previous call-in, we are in technical breach of that contract with Homes England, and they have issued to us a reservation of rights letter, which basically says they reserve the right to withdraw that money from us. And that's set out in paragraphs 226 and 227 of your report. As I said in my presentation, they remain positively engaged. I myself have monthly discussions with their programme manager on this. The Executive Director of Development City Services met with Homes England and the developer last week to talk about kind of potential milestones for any contract review. But we would need to update that contract and its associated timetables and appendices if this application were approved. They do verbally seem very supportive of this scheme, and I take a lot of heart from that, the fact that they are still around the table. But they have been very clear that they will not do any work on updating that contract or the timetables associated with it until a recommendation is made by Planning Committee. If permission is granted here today and a decision issued, within 2 weeks we'll need to do a deed of variation to that contract, as I say, to set out new timetables and milestones for the development. They will then need to do their own assessment of that and put it forward to Her Majesty's Treasury for approval. So there is still a decision process for us to go through in respect to that HIV contract. We will also need to seek a new contract with the developer, because obviously we are passing on this money to them, and we need to be assured that we can do that under the Subsidy Control Act as well. I am confident though that if we grant this application, we can have those contracts in place by the end of the summer. So I think there is a positive position there. But I think there is, dare I say it, greater certainty if we refuse this scheme. I have every expectation that Homes England would probably withdraw from this process with us. We cannot transfer this £15 million to an alternative development site or an alternative scheme. I think that £15 million would be lost to Norwich and likely be spent elsewhere in the country for other deserving schemes. I think that in itself would give us a lot of reputational damage as a city council. And I think it would reduce our future prospects for applying for, funding of this nature with those public bodies. And it would certainly, I think, damage our strategic relationship with those bodies. So I think if we refuse this scheme, there's almost certainty that we will lose this opportunity with Homes England. And as I say, they are currently still positively engaged around the table. They just want to see what members think of the scheme before we engage on renewing that contract.
Thank you. Any questions, any other subjects? Councillor Chen.
So DM1, to ensure development promotes mixed, diverse, inclusive and equitable communities. In paragraph 309, it highlights that objections to this application have raised concerns that the mixed dwelling type is too narrow, and this concentration of flats will neither promote a mixed and balanced community nor meet the needs of or result in cohesion with the existing community. This rings true in my mind. I would just like to understand how have we got around this DM1? Do we think these properties will create community cohesion? What kind of work has been done on this?
I think if I just answer the question around housing needs to start with, the starting point for when we look at a scheme is whether it's meeting the local housing need. The local housing needs assessment from 2021 showed a significant requirement for 1 and 2 bedroom flats or 1 and 2 bedroom plus flats, as well as housing types as you've talked about in terms of a mix. When you have a city centre location, then it lends itself more to a flatted type development than to the family homes, particularly in an area where there is already significant massing, so you can get that scale of development. The local plan suggested a minimum of 800 homes anyway, so it was always likely that this scheme would come forward as a flatted development. What we have looked at in terms of the affordable housing requirements is working with our home options team and saying what is the need on the waiting list as well as the local housing needs assessment. And the home options manager this week has advised me that there are 4,250 people on the Norwich waiting list, of which 2,525 are in need of a 1-bedroom property. So 60% of all of the applicants on our waiting list require a 1-bedroom, which is why we've focused on that as the housing mix for the affordable housing. We've also managed to secure all of the family houses on the site as affordable housing in the 11 two-bedroom homes to the north of the main site. So I think in terms of a mix of properties, I think the location lends itself more to flats, and that's why we've kind of gone with the mix that we have. I don't know whether anyone else wants to add.
I'll just come back just to add a little to that. I mean, we have addressed it in paragraph 311, which follows on later in the report from the paragraph that you referenced. I mean, reiterating what Andrew has said, this is a city centre site. It is surrounded by strategic road network. It is a large district centre. So all those factors are more encouraging of a flatted scheme. In terms of the range of flats that are proposed, there are 1 and 2 bedroom flats, there are 3 bedroom flats, there are duplexes. You know, we have tried to encourage a kind of wider mix of typologies within those types of flats, you know, that size, that threshold. And, you know, we think there is variety. There's certainly more variety than with the calling scheme. And I think it will support, you know, a broader range of type of household. So I think, you know, given the location and given the type of mix of flats proposed, I think, you know, we're satisfied that it would achieve what DM seeks to achieve, DM1.
Councillor Stoodley.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As a follow-up to that, when we had a presentation from Western Homes, which was very comprehensive, probably 2 years ago, there was talk then and some design briefs given to us that included townhouses and some of which had garages, and there were streets with cars parked on them, and there was a number of those. I just wondered where that, because there's now only 11 houses, I just wondered why that type of scheme was changed, and whether the council encouraged that type of scheme to change because of its own requirements.
Just in terms of the detailed part of the site that we've seen the detailed plans for today, I think I outlined that those blocks are predominantly commercial on the ground floor. When you get to the outline part of the application site, more of the ground floor is residential. Now, I think perhaps some of the images that you've seen involving garages, kind of I don't know if they were townhouses or duplexes, but I think they are illustrating the types of properties that will form part of the outline blocks, particularly blocks G and J. So these blocks in the southern sector of the site, I don't know if you recall the height parameter plan, but these middle sections of blocks G and J are 4-storey. And I know that they, in terms of early pre-application scheme proposals we've seen for these 2 blocks, they do include kind of 2-storey duplexes with parking to the front. So you may have seen those images, but we certainly haven't discouraged at any time townhouses.
Okay, thank you. That's reassuring to hear as well. Like I say, it is 2 years, but since we were invited to have a look at this, which is one of the reasons why a site visit would have been beneficial to us all. So thank you for your answer.
Any other questions, anyone? Councillor Young.
So one of the attractive elements of the site is the greater cycling road provision. That's really encouraging, and it's also really encouraging to see that the number of car parking spaces is hugely reduced from the design that was put in last time down to 450. But comparing the number of car parking spaces to the number of cycle park spaces,
it seems as if cars are being given greater priority. I'm working out the numbers by assuming that a car takes 2 people. So if we're assuming that most of the residences will be for couples or 2 people, quite a lot of them will be, I can only see mention of 555 spaces for bikes. A household would need at least 2 bikes. It might even need 3 or 4. So if we're thinking about the number of cycling parking spaces compared to cars, it just seems to be much lower. And I just wondered how those numbers were reached and how it is in line with our desire to be less of a car-based city. Our policy is to encourage living streets, to encourage cycle provision, walking. So, yeah, so just wondered how is that in line?
I'll just come back on that. In terms of cycle parking provision, the proposal meets our policy requirements. So our policy requirements for cycle parking varies depending on the size of the dwelling. But, and I can't remember. Yes. Okay. I think you're looking at the report and the reference to 555 spaces. That is just for the detailed part of the application. That's not for the outline. So that's just for the 365 or whatever dwellings are in the detailed. So policy compliant, secure bicycle parking is proposed throughout all the detailed blocks and will be secured with the outline blocks. That's certainly, there's a minimum of 1 space, and I think it's 2 spaces for the larger flats that the policy requires. And all of that provision will be in secure stalls which are located conveniently next to residential lobbies. So we've tried to make sure that there's co-location of bike store and the principal entrances into the flats.
Councillor Young, do you want to come back on that?
Sorry, related part to the question I forgot to add. Of course, a lot of bikes also may need electric charging facilities as we move towards more electric bikes, electric cargo bikes for families. So I just wondered if there was going to be adequate provision for that too. And of course, mobility scooters, knowing it is an area of the city where we need to ensure that people with disabilities are able to live as well.
Certainly, in terms of car parking, the developer has confirmed 100% active charging for all the car parking spaces. I've got to say that there isn't a policy requirement for charging for bikes. I don't know whether there would be a power supply in the bicycle stores, but that's something I'm afraid I can't confirm for you.
Councillor Galvin.
Thank you. I wanted to ask some questions around, just to let you know in terms of planning the questions, if other people have got questions around these areas. One is around the single aspect in large quantities, and one is around the sort of heritage scale bulk and massing of the blocks, going from the Secretary of State's points, just trying to deal with the main things that were wrong. So shall I ask about one of those now, and then anyone else can see if they've got any questions on that? So yeah, I'll start with the single aspects, which the Secretary of State said was significantly suboptimal, and has been pointed out, and that's gone down by 1/3, which is really encouraging. I just wanted to check, does that sufficiently address the concerns? On page 170, we've got the vast majority of dwellings, but that's not all dwellings receiving satisfactory levels of daylight. It would be nice to think that we were voting for something where everything got satisfactory levels of daylight, and the amenity levels are of a satisfactory standard. So there's that's the question really. There is the number of single aspect dwellings is reduced, the corridors are smaller, and the corridors have one window providing natural light. They're beneficial steps. Are we convinced they're beneficial enough? Because we still have 48% of single aspect flats that may get extremely hot in the future as we face much hotter summers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'll pick this up in part and then I'll pass on to colleagues. I think when we were looking at the, specifically looking at the daylight sunlight elements to the detailed element of the scheme, which is the only part of the development that we've actually been able to look at and definitively assess. There's elements in the report that talk about what we anticipate being able to achieve in the outline, and that we do anticipate those being able to achieve adequate levels. But we've gone through, and it's quite a detailed exercise to go through, but we have actually gone through every single flat within the development pretty much and looked at the daylight sunlight levels which you get, and where we had to kind of prioritise. There's some which are perfectly fine, but there's some where it does get a bit marginal. And when we looked at amenity generally, daylight and sunlight isn't the be all and end all, because first of all, the standards that we look at are guidelines. They don't always reflect what's achievable within a city centre environment, and those guidelines do actually recognise that. So what we did, where we've got some of the units that are more marginal in terms of those standards, we looked at how close they were to the communal gardens, for example, whether they had were they on the same level as the podium gardens within the block, and we also looked at whether they had their own external amenity space in terms of balcony, that's the word I'm looking for, in terms of a balcony. And we took a kind of collective view that the vast majority, in nearly all the units, have access. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. Nearly all the marginal units have access to external amenity space, which, in our view, kind of made up for the fact that their internal levels of sunlight and daylight may not be fully meets the standard assessment. So, yeah, the overall assessment of amenity does allow you to kind of take into account those kind of factors, and that's the assessment that's set out in paragraph 685 and 686 and the accompanying table. So our view is that there's been first of all, there's been a sufficient change in the number of sufficient reduction in the number of single aspect flats generally, and that those single aspect flats do have sufficient levels of amenity, but when you consider that in the wider definition of amenity.
Councillor Davis.
Thanks. This is a follow-up from Councillor Galvin's question about amenity. Paragraph 689, in relation to the amenity and living conditions for proposed future tenants, the development is considered to meet the requirements of policies DM2 and DM13, which relate specifically to communal development. Given the impact on existing residents on Edward Street and to a less extent those on Beckham Place, the development does not fully accord with DM2 and DM13, in that elements of the scheme will have an adverse impact on the amenity of neighbouring residents. I wondered if the residents of Edward Street and Beckham Place have been contacted and shown the plans and how it will affect their future amenity.
I mean, the answer to that question, they've all been consulted as neighbours. We haven't had we haven't had representations from residents of Beckham Place or the adjoining flats on Edward Street.
I've got Councillor Champion and Councillor Lubbock.
I just wanted to go back to sunlight. I know that I just wanted a point of clarity. So because we're creating a dense urban area, we are expected to accept that 25% of all the dwellings which will be created will have low levels of sunlight, they won't have accepted levels of sunlight. There's no policy about that, that's all above board, is it? I'm looking at 676, and it talks about 75% of living rooms exceeded annual sunlight levels, which means that a quarter of them must not exceed, must be below that. So are we saying those people just have to go outside if they want to see the sun? I just want clarity on that. I'm just being a bit dense.
Pardon me. The NSL it's about direct sunlight rather than about daylight. So where you've got a street that effectively runs north-south and it's fairly narrow, and the buildings either side are tall, you're very unlikely to kind of get direct sunlight into the east and west facing units on that street. But you might actually get daylight into it, but not necessarily direct sunlight. So that's where kind of developing at a density that is, in terms of the street grain, would be in keeping with a city centre environment. You wouldn't necessarily achieve the levels of direct sunlight, which you might be able to get on, for example, a suburban development with more generous proportions.
Councillor Lovett.
Yes, just back to the single aspect dwellings. I just wondered whether the developers have had the opportunity to build and actually sell these types of properties.
Yes.
Sorry, it's a difficult question because I know they can't answer directly, but if they have had experience of it, that's why they're doing it again. Presumably they didn't come up against people saying, oh, I don't want to buy those properties, they're only single aspect. There are other factors that came into play that made them attractive to buyers. And
Councillor Stewart.
Yes, thank you. Apologies for swapping about between subjects. It's quite difficult with the amount of pages that we've got to keep it all in one section. But mine was a follow-up to Councillor Young's comments, questions rather, about parking and bicycles. The provision is for three, maximum of 5 car club spaces. We know that car club spaces are popular, and they do create, there is a demand for them, and where populations are quite dense and parking is at a premium, it is known to take several cars off the road per space. I think the last figure I saw was about 7 per space. So in this case, with such a high density, I just wondered why we were only considering a maximum of 5.
I think it's an enhancement to the existing scheme. There are obviously other there are existing car club bays within the vicinity, which people living in the new development will be able to access. So the 5 spaces that proposed as part of this development are a supplement. I mean, as well as the spaces, there's also proposals within the Section 106 to kind of offer incentives for car club membership to residents of the scheme. So it's not just the physical delivery of the 5 spaces; it's also incentives to actually join the scheme. So it's kind of a two-pronged approach.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Mine goes back to the amenity for people living in single aspect flats. So if you're somebody who lives in a single aspect flat, in the darkest ones looking out over a wall or maybe a car park, I'd like to be reassured that everybody in the darker homes does have access to some of the gardens. Yeah.
Can I just assure you, none of the flats look directly into a car park. All the flats will either look out onto a street or into a podium. Those podiums are, they're a garden. It's a garden area. It's an enclosed garden area, but the parking is on the floor below. And although there are potentially flats on that same level, they do not look out onto those, within those parking areas. So just make sure that you appreciate that. But yes, all the flats would have access either to a private balcony, private garden, or a communal garden. So they will all have one or more.
Can I come back to you on that? I'm very happy with what I've just heard. I'm just thinking about single aspect flats that back onto another single aspect flats. Is there any condition about the quality of the wall in between for sound insulation?
That's going to be covered by building regs. The quality of insulation between the two properties.
Councillor Calvin.
Thanks. It's specifically on that, and just to, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but the Secretary of State on 258 says it's the use of single aspect dwellings in such large quantities is a significantly suboptimal design solution and is not outweighed by the advantages relating to access, frontages and safety. So are we sure that we've overcome those? Because the Secretary of State did mention floor-to-ceiling glazing, balconies and access to communal outdoor roof gardens, but he could recognise that this had tried to overcome the disadvantages but said that it didn't.
In that case, yes. I mean, in terms of this application, I think that the developers have tried to respond to what the inspector said and the Secretary has said about this particular matter. So in terms of the flats, they're in smaller clusters. They have shorter corridors. Those corridors have natural light. The total number of single aspect flats is greatly reduced to the cooling scheme, albeit it is still at a relatively high level. But all those factors that the Secretary of State considered have been considered and addressed as part of this scheme. And we've looked very, very carefully, knowing the focus that was on this before, and we have gone flat by flat through the detailed scheme and, tested that assumption ourselves, and we're satisfied that certainly the flats in the detailed scheme, do meet those sorts of amenity levels that we all want to see.
Councillor Lubbock.
Yes, just to go back to the cycling issue, when I had an electric bike, I only trialled it for a fortnight, and we had a battery that you took off and you took it up into your home and you recharged it there. So I don't think it's a problem not having any public battery charging spaces, but I don't know. On the issue of the yellow pedalway that goes north-south through the site, we heard it would be a segregated pedalway, giving as much space to pedestrians as it does cyclists. I just wondered how would the segregation occur? Would it be different patterns on the paving or lines or whatever?
I'm happy to answer this one. I'll just introduce myself. I'm Ben Webster. Until very recently, I was the Design, Conservation and Landscape Manager. My job role has changed a bit. I'm now the Policy, Projects and Transport Manager at the City Council. So I'll attempt to answer this one for you, having been a long-term advocate of the pedalway network. So it will be segregated by a small curb up stand and a different colour treatment on the surfacing. So it'll be very clear to people where they should be riding their bikes and where they should be walking. There are a few points along the length of St George's Street where you have cross movement of pedestrians, for instance, moving between Sovereign Way and Tooley Lane, and so that segregated arrangement is broken at those points in recognition that there's much more sort of fluidity of movement, and there's will be an expectation, and this will be indicated in the paving treatment, that a cyclist ought to be much more careful at those points. And the dimensions involved are compliant with what's called Local Transport Note 120, issued by the Department for Transport, which is the current very rigorous standards of design in terms of cycling infrastructure.
You seem to know all the details. Could you say the width of the cycle lane? And I am very pleased to hear that it's going to have an up curb, because if there's one problem between pedestrians and cyclists sharing a space, it is you don't know where the cyclists are going to be, and vice versa. So I think it's good that it's going to be clearly defined. But the width of the space, please.
It'll be mostly 3 metres wide. I think there are a few points where it's slightly less, but and that will enable two-way cycle movements to be made within that track, essentially.
Just in terms of the revised landscape plan, it is 3 metres on its full length.
Did someone else put their hand up for this bit? Councillor Stoodley and then Councillor Davis.
Thank you. Yes, I seem to be not getting in very quickly for follow-up. So my follow-up to an earlier question is a maximum 5 spaces, typical provision for car club, where there are 1,100 properties, please.
I think the provision is very similar to the call-in scheme. So it's a slightly different mechanism for securing that provision, because there's a different operator of the car club. So the provision of 5 spaces it was worked out with transport colleagues for the call-in scheme. So
Okay.
we applied the same standard for this one.
Are all these hands going up now for transport and the same thing? Yours is, I'll take Councillor Galvin.
Yeah, just to sort of add to that question really. So that was the same amount as in the call-in, and you mentioned that residents would be able to use other car club bays around the area, but obviously those car club bays around the area will already be being used by people that already live around there. So these are a lot of additional residents. So I would have perhaps highlighted that maybe we need to increase the car club bays in line with our policies for active travel. But I'm new to planning, so as you say, I don't know if we have a particular policy around that.
Not in terms of calculating the number, but I mean this is 5 spaces, up to 5 spaces. If you say the need is there, then those full 5 will be provided. They will all have EV charging points, which is something that the car club operator has asked for, and this said is in real demand. They're on a separate site. There's going to be good, easy provision and access to those spaces. And as I've said, from our perspective, in terms of trying to promote modal shift and using car club, we're asking the developer to to fund incentives for all new residents to try and get them to buy into Car Club from the moment they occupy the new development, which is why the 106 is requiring that. So I think we're doing what we can in terms of, trying to promote that modal shift and promote use of the car club that exists within the city.
Sorry, could I just add to that? I mean, it's not just the car club that's achieving the modal shift. I mean, we've already talked about the pedalways through the site, but there's also the scheme also includes work for improved bus facilities, a transport hub on Magdalen Street. I mean, Magdalen Street itself is already a very heavily used bus route. I think the anecdotal, and it might even be true, pretty much every north-south, every bus service that serves the north of the city pretty much goes along Magdalen Street. So as part of this development, we'd also get improved facilities there as well. So it's very much a mix of transport improvements that are enhancing what is already a very sustainable location, which is very amenable to walking trips for a start. There's going to be retail and commercial opportunities actually within the development itself, and there's obviously the facilities within the large district centre. So it's very well set up for walking, and it's not that far from the city centre as well. So its location in and of itself is very sustainable, and the additions and enhancements to existing levels of provision that I think we're securing through the design and the Section 106 will further improve the sustainability in terms of transport of the proposals.
Councillor Young.
Could I suggest that rather than put in 3 car club spaces with the possibility of increasing to 5, that we actually think about putting in 6 to 8 with the possibility of decreasing if they're not used, because we all know that to incentivise people into becoming car free, we do need to demonstrate very clearly that there is another way of travelling, there's another way to do this. We have an opportunity to be very creative, very innovative, and demonstrate car free living in this community. I would like to see even less car park spaces personally, because it's so close to the city, and as you say, with fabulous cycle routes, fabulous walking routes, greater bus facilities. Let's also make sure that people have access to a car club car right from the very beginning. So start off with a high number and then think about decreasing if they're really unused.
Councillor Stevens?
Can I just come back on that point? The design that we're kind of looking at today, the slide that it comes with a maximum of 5. That's the proposal that we're looking at today.
Councillor Stooney, same subject.
Yes, parking and cycling. Actually, I believe that some of the high-end bicycles have built-in batteries and they need to be charged in situ. But back on the car parking spaces, just wondered how they will be allocated, and will the social tenants be offered the same share of the available parking spaces as all other tenures?
Just in terms of parking provision, I'm just on Block B at the moment. That is an affordable housing site. That does have parking on site. There's 11 spaces on that site to serve the 11 dwellings that are proposed on that site. In terms of the remainder of the parking on the main site, that will be, each space will be sold. So if you don't want to have a car and you don't want to have a parking space, you will just buy your residential property. If you want to park, you will have to buy the car parking space separately.
Okay, thank you. Will the council be buying in car parking spaces for social tenants?
I mean, we're not anticipating that we actually own the social housing. That it will be provided by a registered provider. So they will get the spaces which are actually on within the demise of the units that they get. Whether they want to purchase any more will be kind of down to them and what deal they can strike with the developer. But certainly not the council weren't proposing to buy any spaces.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question if I'm allowed. Sorry, Councillor Davis, you can come next. I just want to ask a completely different subject. I want to ask about disability walking in the area and that. Will there be enforcement about to stop shops putting A boards out? And how will we enforce kiddies leaving their little bikes which they're playing outside their house in an area where people are going to walk through, or toys they're out? How are we going to stop them playing in these areas where there could be a cycleway and stuff?
I'll take the first part of that question, Chair, which is slightly easier. I mean, we can already enforce against illegally placed A boards anywhere in the city. Doesn't matter. We can, if they don't have the appropriate advertisement permission, then we can enforce under the advertisement regs. As far as people leaving stuff out in the pavement, that's going to be an element of common sense, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, we won't be able to enforce that.
Okay. Councillor Davis?
Thanks, mine's also on health, so it is actually related, Keith. Page 96 onwards, it stated the latest demand and capacity information suggests that Prospect Medical Practice, Lawson Road, Oak Street Medical Practice, Castle Partnership Gurney and Magdalen Medical Practice are already running at above or capacity, will not have the space or the resource to manage the extra demand which a development of this size will place upon them, and would need to explore options for increasing space. We also face the imminent closure of the walk-in centre. So we have a capital cost from the ICS, and they provided an estimate capital cost using the London modelling tool. So the estimated capital cost for the detailed part of the application is £424,082. £424,082. Do we have any idea what the capital cost will be? And it says that a space will be kept in phase 2 and phase 4 for up to 6 months, but the NHS have not said that they have the money to purchase or lease the space. How long will these spaces be kept open if the ICS have to find funding for it? And do they have any ideas of what the revenue costs will be to fund for additional 2,321 patients? Thank you.
I think I'll try and take that, Chair. We haven't been provided with with whether this is capital or revenue. I think we're probably assuming it's the capital cost of providing the additional healthcare. So we haven't actually been provided with any information about the revenue elements of it. I mean, the difficulty that we have as a local planning authority is that, well, first of all, there isn't a land use planning policy that would allow us to, through the development plan, to seek contributions towards healthcare provision. As the report sets out, it's a centrally funded service. We do work with the health providers in terms of actually when we're looking at forecasts for growth. So, to be honest, the kind of statement that they don't have funding for this growth is actually kind of quite surprising, because we have been working with them through the GNLP process. They kind of know what's coming to an extent in terms of the wider growth forecast for the Greater Norwich area. And there is an expectation that is met through central taxation and through the provision of through the national funding of the National Health Service, rather than laid upon developers.
The expectation through the Greater Norwich local plan is for 800. This is 3 times.
I'm I'm not talking about site specific. I'm talking about general levels of growth across the area. The GNLP has a kind of headline growth for the Greater Norwich area and we've consulted with the health providers on that headline growth. I mean, I appreciate that there's a difference between what the GNLP policy is and what this specific site application is, but in terms of, I mean, the healthcare providers are not saying, for example, there's a difference of 200 between what you're proposing in this application and what's being proposed as part of the GNLP. They're effectively saying that the increase in population and the increased, as they see it, the increased healthcare needs should be met through the development process, and there isn't the mechanism to actually do that. And as we've set out in the report, we think that doing it that way would actually fail the tests for requiring Section 106. The other thing is that what they've asked for is kind of contributions towards projects. We don't actually know what those projects are, and they've not told us what they are. And through the various regs, we're not supposed to kind of pool Section 106 contributions. We're actually supposed to be able to kind of identify specific projects. So I think there's another kind of weakness in what they're asking us to do. Whilst we're sympathetic to the issues that they face, we don't, as officers, we're kind of advising you that this application and the development control process isn't the way to kind of address the funding issues faced by the NHS. Sorry, and then there was a kind of second part of your question, which was about the how long the floor space would be kept. 6 months, I think, is the proposal, which would allow it's. I mean, it has to be recognised also that that floor space isn't going to be given to the healthcare providers for free. It's going to be it's held if they want it, and if they would have to pay what the market rate is for that floor space. But that is what the developer is offering.
Thank you. Any more questions? If not, we're moving on. I've got one from Councillor Champion and one from Ian Stootley. Then we'll think about having a break before we move on to discussions. Councillor Champion first.
Well, I've got a couple of questions, if I may. My first question is in relation to transport. In phase one, I was just curious, Anglia Square is notable for the lack of bus stop provision currently. Will that be addressed in phase one?
Phase two.
Phase two.
Yeah.
Did you want to do your other question again?
If I may. So my second question is in relation to paragraph 80, and it refers to a condition is recommended in relation to off-site flooding. The condition requires the applicant to develop and install appropriate highway drainage improvements in accordance with the Highways Authority, Anglia Water and LLFA. Anglia Water last month said that surface water strategy flood risk assessment submitted with the planning application relevant to Anglia Square is unacceptable due to no drainage strategy being provided. And so I was wondering if that's been addressed in paragraph 628, and do the swales and the tree planting, are they sufficient to alleviate Anglia Water's concerns? Thank you.
Someone looking this up? I'll take another question while you're looking that one up. I'll take Councillor Stootley, and then I've got Councillor Galvin and Pete. And that's it.
Thank you, Chair. I still have quite a few questions. I've got questions on the economics. There's one on the health. But most of my questions, actually, and we haven't even covered any of that subject yet, is the heritage element. And some of our objectors and speakers are here, and they probably want to hear some questions, proper questions on the the heritage. So I'm happy to take a break whenever anybody else is, but I really would like to request that we come back and cover those subjects, please.
Okay. Answer on the last question?
Yes, sorry, I've just
Thank you,
found
no problem.
my place in the report. In terms of drainage, the lead flood authority at the county have been very involved with this, and there's been various amendments to the drainage proposal, since first submission. And in paragraph 775 of the report, it sets out what that drainage scheme achieves in terms of betterment to the Anglian water network. So at the moment, surface water flows unrestricted into that Anglia water network. What is proposed is a series, well, you've got I've taken you through the sustainable drainage measures, but there's also, in addition to that, attenuation storage. And that strategy not only reduces the rate in which the surface water enters the Anglian water system, but also it improves its quality. Now, Anglian Water have asked for a condition. To be honest, they always do. Irrespective of the amount of detail that we consult them on, they ask for a condition. We will impose the condition, but from a drainage perspective, the scheme that we've negotiated and achieved with assistance from the Lead Flood Authority, I'm satisfied will meet the requirements of Anglian Water.
Well, I'm going to take Councillor Peake.
Thanks, Chair. We've had lots of questions about amenity parking and all that lot, and there's lots of comments have been made. But I just wondered if the officers can explain, if this application is passed, what are the highlights of the possible economic, social and environmental benefits to the area of Anglia Square, please?
I've got a funny feeling these are planners and they're not. Well, we have got someone in there. Alan? Who?
Hi, my name's Sharon Cousins-Clark and I'm in the Economic Development Department, in which I've worked for 20 years now. The economic benefits of the scheme are great, particularly in terms of the number of jobs that will be created in the construction industry, and alongside that the apprenticeships that will go along with that because it's such a long scheme. Then added to that, and this is all, it was in our response, and it's also in the report, which I don't have to hand at the moment, but there are, those construction jobs also have, if you look at indirect and induced employment multipliers, they also create further employment to other people in the area who run shops, businesses, etc., and also to the wider area with the same thing. Then you have also, so that's in that development phase, but then you will also have the jobs that will be created once you have, the businesses there, etc. I've looked at the figures that were put in by Western Homes, which I believe, from memory, came from Homes England, the multipliers that they use. And I know that, so I agree with those, because compared to the multipliers that I would usually use, which are the sort of the industry standard, they were quite conservative in their estimates. So, we were quite happy with those. And I think my colleague is going to pick up on the other side of that.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Ellen Tilney. I'm Economic Development Manager at Norwich City Council. I think more broadly, Anglia Square will have a benefit to the surrounding area and also to the city in terms of regeneration and development. This scheme has already for good or ill, has generated a tremendous amount of publicity and interest in Norwich and in the area. And publicity and profile raising in this way, with the delivery of a scheme, the successful delivery of a scheme, will generate a level of publicity both in the development industry and beyond it that you frankly couldn't buy, to shine a spotlight on the city and create a really positive view of a forward-looking city that's growing. In its heyday, Anglia Square was a very vibrant local area and local retail centre. Lots of footfall there. Footfall is key to all kinds of businesses, and people locally with disposable income milling about at a very wide range of the day. Over many years, that's declined both in terms of footfall and numbers of people, but also the physical appearance and structure of the buildings hasn't helped the area over the sort of decline. And I think it would be fair to say it's a challenging area to run a business, and it's certainly an area where you would be brave and you would be challenged to consider opening a business in that area. It's not somewhere that people would rush to, or it wouldn't maybe be the first choice of an area to open a business. Now, having additional footfall, having new residents, having more vibrancy in that area, having the investment, it will drive investment in the surrounding area. It will, as we talked about earlier with the housing sites, it will raise the viability of the whole area as a business location, but also as a housing area. So it will drive not just what happens in the square, but beyond it. It will stimulate local demand. People will want to visit there. People will want to be there. And it delivers a tremendous boost, not just in the local construction skills, because we do have significant shortfall in available labour in skilled construction in the area, but also apprenticeships and further jobs generated simply by the growth in the scheme. Construction activity and occupation of the new homes will see significant increases in local spend in the area and secure the future of local and especially independent local businesses.
Thank you very much for that. I'll take Lucy, then we'll come back, we'll have a break, and we'll come back and we'll go on to architectural history and stuff like that. Councillor Studi. Did you have something, Betty? We'll come back to you. I'll take Lucy now, and then we'll go for a break.
Thanks. Yeah, there were some specific sort of short questions, but then I agree with Councillor Studi. It would be good to have a section where we focus on the heritage, because that was a key area. But these were just some specific things, and apologies if I missed them in the papers. But I'm interested in I'll say them all, and then the capacity of the social hub, the amount of people it can actually have in it, who will manage it. The podium gardens, if they're all containerised, is there a rainwater harvesting system on them, and is the planting throughout linked to a citywide natural network, or will it be linked into that? I also wanted to explore at some point if we can look for an enhanced green infrastructure payment, make it a bit higher, to help with more green infrastructure in the area. I know that's in the report, but I wondered if it's possible to discuss enhancing that. So I've just clustered them all together, but you can come back later if you like.
Okay, we'll answer all them when we come back, if that gives panels time to agree with 4 or 5 have a look. If that's okay, Dave? Yeah, fine. Right, we have a break 15 minutes, because I know when the ladies' toilets are open, we're up at 10. So we'll come back at 5:02. Thank you very much. a couple of questions asked before we went out for a break, and I'll call to the planning officers to answer them. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chair. I'm going to respond to the question from Councillor Galvin about the community hub, and then my colleague Tim Ballers is going to cover the green infrastructure points. So start off with the community hub. I mean, I think most of the answers that you're after actually on page 193 in the table for the section 106. Well, having said that, you specifically asked about capacity. This doesn't give capacity, it gives the kind of floor space. The slide that's up on the screen at the moment shows the ground floor layout of Block D, and to the northern part of the building it's been called a village hall, and basically that's 146 square metres. It's a flexible space, so people will be able to maybe hire it out, exhibitions, meetings, club activities, that kind of thing. Through the section 106 we'll secure a kind of fit out which would look to include accessible toilets, a kitchen area, and suitable furniture to provide for flexible use, and fold-up tables and all that kind of stuff. And then a community hub, which is in the which and the building will be hireable, if that's a word, available to hire for residents of the scheme, but also residents of the wider community. The southern half of the building, which is in this orangey brown colour, the community hub, that's 550 square metres. Oh, and it also goes onto the first floor. There's a mezzanine, so this overlooks this space here. That's more aimed at a kind of hub for the residents of the scheme, and it will provide provide some like kind of admin areas. You'll be able to collect your deliveries from there, your Amazon lockers and things like that. But it'll also provide some social spaces. Kind of meeting rooms that people can kind of reserve. There'll be a refreshment area, and it'll be fitted out we'll secure a fit out through the section 106. And in terms of how it'll be managed, the full details of that, again, that's the requirement for the section 106, but we would look at how that is kind of the use of, in particular, the village hall is kind of promoted and available, and who people contact to hire it out and things like that. But it would be something that would essentially fall to Western or their agents to actually manage on behalf of the scheme. I mean, it remains their building, so it will be their responsibility to kind of manage it in accordance with an agreed management plan.
Councillor Gowan.
Can I just follow up on that? Thank you. So just being involved in community space and managing it, no matter what the size of the space, it's the fire exits, etc., that determine how many people you can put in there. So it's quite important to know how many can use it, because it really affects the viability of the space. The space has to be viable in the end. It's not just a dead space, and the management of that space is critical to its success. So it is important who the owner of it is, who the lease is, the expertise of that person, how it's used, if it is left. And I know this is part of the section 106, and I just wondered if, just linking on to that, is there any way that councillors, again, forgive me, I'm new to planning, but is there any way that we could have any kind of resolution that councillors look at the section 106 in more detail, and perhaps sort of interrogate it a bit and enhance it at a later date?
We don't have provision within that, because basically if you're, I mean, the recommendation in the report points you to the kind of subject areas that the 106 will deal with, and how we anticipate it will deal with them. There's a negotiation process. In terms of the drafting, it's a contract effectively, so it has to be drafted so that it's enforceable, and we know who the we know who is responsible for doing what, but if you make a recommendation, if the application is approved, it will be for the section 106 will do what it says in this table. It won't do any more, but it won't do any less either. So, I mean, the point that you make about having fire accesses, that will at least be determined by building regs, but when we're actually looking at the detailed fit out of the village hall element of it, that would be something that we could actually cover as part of that, so that we make sure it is actually a usable space. I mean, in terms of the number of people who can actually get into the building and actually use it.
Thank you. The other question?
Tim, do you know?
Hello, I'm Tim Mellors, landscape architect with the City Council. Councillor Galvin, you asked about planting on podium decks and green infrastructure connectivity. The planting on podium decks is something that is sometimes a bit challenging to get right, and we are aware of that. And I understand that Western Homes have experience of delivering such planting on decks. Obviously the irrigation, drainage, sort of technical aspects have to be got right, and we would cover that through condition. We would also be looking to see drought-tolerant planting used and care taken with the choice of plant species for these courtyard garden, podium gardens. In terms of green infrastructure connectivity within the site, the streets and spaces contain quite a lot of planting of various types, particularly tree planting. As I think has been mentioned, there's probably about 200 new trees to go over the site, which increases the tree cover quite considerably. The nearest significant green infrastructure in the area is basically the Gildon Gate Park, and the planting through the streets and along Pitt Street would help connect to that green infrastructure. The development proposals also have this sort of 3D landscaping as well, so there would be green roofs provided along with street level planting and tree cover, which would help very much to improve the green infrastructure provision and connectivity across the whole site.
Thank you very much for that, Tim. I think you need to speak up a little bit into your voice. That's a bit hard to hear, but I did hear you okay. David?
Sorry, I think there was an element of Councillor Galvin's question, which was about contributions in the section 106 to green infrastructure. The green infrastructure contribution, well, there's two elements to it. There's the, I've forgotten what the acronym stands for, RAMS, Recreation and Avoidance Mitigation Strategy. That is a, pardon me, a county-wide contribution, so that's kind of non-negotiable, up or down. It has to kind of be what it says, and that's specifically designed to mitigate impacts on designated sites. And in terms of the number of units proposed as part of the development, it's been worked out on the maximum number of units. That's the contribution required by the RAMS side of things. The green infrastructure, it's similarly is aimed at mitigating impact on designated sites, but in a slightly different way, in that it provides opportunities for recreation and leisure activities actually on or near the site. So it's been developed in conjunction with Natural England, and we've looked at opportunities in Wensum Park, to enhance the offer of that space and make that more attractive. And in terms of it doing what it's required to do under the nature conservation regulations, that's kind of been judged to be satisfactory. So that's how we've come up with the payments for the green infrastructure and the RAMS element of that. Thank you.
Okay, brilliant. I think we're going to move on now to historic churches and buildings. And I think Ian wanted to ask a question about that to start off.
Yes, thank you. I've got a number of questions about various elements of the heritage document, or that part of the document. Some of them are linked, so if I may, I'll ask a few questions where I can link them, but I might have to come back later because they're separated throughout the document as well. So first of all, I'd like to talk about the St Augustine's Church and ask officers to tell the committee just how important that is to Norwich as an asset, as a heritage asset. And we've heard obviously the submission from objectors. I'd like to know how important that is to us, and therefore how much weighting we should give any harm that we perceive is likely to be a result of this on that particular asset. And related to that is the applications for listed status for the other 4 properties here. It says these include, I wondered if there are any more that were submitted, whether we had considered, whether we are listing them locally, and a general question about those remaining buildings is, should the committee still give weight to their importance, especially 45 Pitt Street, which is the locally listed building that is locally listed. So that's the first part of my questions on heritage, please.
Excuse me, St Augustine's Church is a tremendously important building in different senses. So in terms of its statutory designation, it's a Grade 1 listed building. And a small proportion of listed buildings overall are Grade 1. So, and it's the only medieval church which is surviving in that part of the city centre. It's got a sort of an intact plan form, which is considered to be quite important. The tower, which was refaced in brick, I think, in the 18th century, is quite unusual. So one of its important features is as a landmark within the area. And whilst any of our medieval churches, serve a landmark purpose, this one stands alone. And it has this distinctive material treatment for its tower. So in that sense, it's quite a recognisable building within the area. And so therefore, any harm that would be caused to that building, either directly to its fabric, or in the case of this scheme, to its setting, has to be given what's called great weight within the planning process. And the other feature of the building that's important and notable is there's quite a large churchyard that it sits within, and so it's a valued piece of open space, and it gives the opportunity for the building to be appreciated from a slightly wider vantage point, I suppose. It's connected to the parish that sits within, and although the land to the east, the Anglia Square site is tremendously degraded, it does have a connection to those streets nearby that have retained their kind of historic character to a large extent, such as St Augustine Street itself. And then you have the cottages 2 to 12 Gildencroft, which sit to the south of the churchyard, and therefore the sort of relationship between the church and the and those cottages is an important consideration. Would you mind with the second question? Can I just clarify, you mentioned 4 buildings that had a sort of an application for listed status. Are you referring to the applications that the that Historic England considered for listing and also for certificates of immunity from listing?
Yes, page 8, paragraph 12.
I don't unfortunately have page numbers on my copy.
Okay, the list is 45 Pitt Street, 53 to 55 Pitt Street, Brick and Flint Warehouse Building to the rear of 47 to 51 Pitt Street. I think we heard about that earlier and the potential for the medieval element to it, and the former Hollywood cinema, which I think was treated at the same time.
So, sorry, I was scribbling those down. The 43 to 45 Pitt Street is locally listed building. The other building you mentioned on the Pitt Street frontage, 51, I think. Remind me what the paragraph number is, if you wouldn't mind.
12.
What paragraph? We've got 12.
In our pack, it's paragraph 12 on page 8.
Ah, yes, apologies. So 53 to 55 Pitt Street, we haven't considered that recently for local listing. It's quite a long time since the local list was reviewed in terms of conservation areas. The former Hollywood cinema, no, we haven't considered that for local listing either. The Brick and Flint Warehouse Building to the rear of 47 to 51 Pitt Street, we have considered that and found it to be very much a sort of borderline case. The analysis relating to 43 to 45 Pitt Street in terms of whether it's sort of, I suppose, acceptable for that to be demolished in the interests of facilitating the redevelopment proposals and the benefits derived from that. That logic, that assessment, I think, would also apply, as is explained in the report, to the Brick and Flint Warehouse Building, as well.
I think there's another officer wanting to talk. Someone?
Just to add to Ben's first point on the weight to be attached to any harm. Obviously, it's a Grade 1 listed building and great weight should be given to an asset's conservation, but we need to consider the level of harm that is kind of attributed to that heritage asset. And the test in paragraph 202 of the NPPF is clear, and I'll just remind you, Officer's assessment is that it's less than substantial harm to that heritage asset, and it's to the lower end of that scale. So the test that we must consider is where a development proposal leads to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, we should weigh that against the public benefits of the proposal, including, where appropriate, securing its optimum viable use. So we give it great weight, but we must consider it in the range of those public benefits.
So, John, County Council?
Hello, my name is John Percival, Senior Historic Environment Officer at North County Council. I advise Norwich City Council on matters related to archaeology and development, and I've advised on the last 2 planning applications for Anglia Square, and I've been involved in the archaeology of Anglia Square since 2005, when I dug some of the original child trenches on the site. I thought I'd just make a point in relation to the Brick and Flint Warehouse Building to the rear of Pitt Street. The idea that might contain some, well, first of all, it's beyond doubt that sits within the churchyard of St Olaf's Church. There are burials there, they've been known since the 1960s. And there's been at least subsequent 2 occasions when further human remains have been found. I noticed in 2005 that it was suspiciously the right size and shape of building aligned east-west. And subsequent to that, some further test pits were dug down the foundations. The foundations looked like the rest of the building, like made of a mix of materials. And the foundations were demonstrably later than the burials, although that doesn't conclusively prove it. Anyway, subsequent to that, an application was made to list it. Historic England looked at the inside and the outside of that building in a great deal of detail, and as it says in paragraph 14, there's no hard evidence that you can see in that building that there's any medieval fabric in it. And the key word to pick up from what the submission said is that possible, there is a remote possibility, and I stress remote, that there might be some medieval fabric in that. We discussed that with the Norwich City Council planners relatively recently, and we've recommended a specific condition to deal with that, along with conditions that will deal with the archaeology of the site more widely, which is very important. And as has been discussed, this is a major redevelopment site, one of the biggest in the region. It's going to be a major urban archaeological project, one of the biggest in the region, if not England, cumulatively, as this develop, if and when this development moves forward.
Councillor Colvin.
Sorry, Chair, could I just develop on what John's just said? I mean, we do recognise the significance from an archaeological point of view of this part of the site, and that's actually one of the reasons why demolition of these buildings, it forms part of the first phase of development, is that there's a lot of archaeology to do in this area. Normally, we kind of, there's a standard archaeological condition that we actually have, which we're going to apply to most of this part of the site. But as far as this particular building is concerned, recognising the points that John has made, that you don't really know what's there until you actually start taking it apart. We're actually going to have a much more detailed condition to cover the removal of this building. And I say removal because we're not going to let them kind of use a wrecking ball on it. It's going to be a much more kind of forensic kind of process of disassemblage, so we can kind of record what's there and the significance of it. But as John has said, at the moment there's no definitive proof that there's actually any standing remains of the church within the building.
Councillor Gowan.
Thank you. So linked to that area of questions is the sort of look and feel of the whole development, if you like, in terms of heritage across the site, and as the Secretary of State, I think, called the scale, bulk and massing of the blocks, which I accept has changed from the call-in application. And he said that was moderate harm, I think, the way it was set out and the size of the blocks, but obviously the tower was a big part of that too. But I wondered what the well, a lot of people, objectors, refer to the fact that it doesn't sit within the fine grain of its surround in terms of scale. What it does speak to is what was put there and failed in terms of scale, if you like. So it's reflective of those tall, massy sort of blocks that are derelict now. So I just want to know what the sort of percentage change or what the justification is of going with those sort of bulk blocks. And I know that's probably going to be the answer, will be viability in terms of units and density, which I accept you need density, but is there a way of achieving density without quite a blocky sort of fortress feeling?
There's a lot of elements to that question, so I'll do my very best to address it. So, starting with the Secretary of State, I think the decision that was made by the Secretary of State 3 years ago in relation to the call-in scheme is a really important material consideration in terms of sort of setting a benchmark for the calibration of assessments of harm in relation to schemes at Anglia Square. So, in terms of our assessment, we've paid very close attention to the judgments that were made by the Secretary of State, who was of course informed by a planning inspector who did a very thorough public inquiry. And so we've tried very hard to ensure that we are aligned with the kind of harm that he found in relation to a scheme that was very much more impactful in terms of the scale of buildings. So just by way of illustration of that, we've got a table within the report after paragraph 487, which seeks to make comparisons. And the column relating to the Secretary of State there are a number of buildings where he found that harm would occur. And actually some of those experience no effect whatsoever now from the scheme. And the reason for that is the zone of visual influence, this modelling exercise essentially which establishes which heritage assets are kind of going to be, there's going to be some intervisibility with the site, with the proposals, the new proposals on the site. So for instance, St Helens Church, there's no effect whatsoever on that, whereas the Secretary of State found minor harm. Similarly with St Andrew's Church, the Anglican Cathedral itself is an interesting example, clearly a very, very important listed building. And one of the images that was shown in Tracy's presentation of the view from the Cathedral Meadow was a view which the Secretary of State felt was a contributor to the harm in the call-in scheme. Now, the current scheme is completely invisible from that location. So those are some examples of how the assessment that we've made has been mindful of those changes. And I think the conservation area itself is a very important aspect of this. I mean, notably, the Secretary of State found that actually the impact of the call-in scheme on the conservation area was broadly neutral. So bear in mind the scale of what was proposed before. Now, if the Secretary of State found that scheme was broadly neutral impact, we have to be very mindful, all of us who are commenting on this, that actually a scheme which is so much less in scale, has 12 buildings rather than 3, lots of additional routes involved in it, with the buildings particularly surrounding the edges are much lower, and no building is above the height of Sovereign House, by comparison with buildings of 12 stories and a 20-story tower. Well, I think that has to kind of guide us towards a judgment that the level of harm to the conservation area is, well, you'll see what we've said, is beneficial actually, given the Secretary of State said the last scheme was broadly neutral. So that is one thing that I wanted to mention. Some of those attributes that I mentioned in terms of the new scheme and how it seeks to integrate within its surrounding context is, are relevant, I think, in answering your question. There's a kind of a bit of a paradox here in a way. I don't want to sound too philosophical. I'm just giving myself a much slower drink. Which is that I think there is clearly an importance in terms of our planning policies, nationally and locally, that we understand the level of harm and minimise that and seek to mitigate it as far as possible. This step 4 in the process described in Historic England's guidance on how to deal with the setting of historic assets. And we've done that, hopefully, we've done that very carefully in the report. But we also are aware that, having attended meetings of the community review panel and various consultation exercises, undertaken by the developers, that actually, a lot of people who lived and worked locally were saying, there's something about Anglia Square that we actually appreciate. I attended the really poignant Anglia Square A Love Story, community theatre productions. And in the report, there's actually a quotation from the community review panel meeting, which, if I don't find it immediately, hopefully one of my colleagues might step in and remind me where it is, because I've scrambled up my papers a little bit. But essentially the gist of that was that this sort of gritty and bold character of Anglia Square was one that they didn't want to be sort of erased, that they'd like something of the spirit of Anglia Square, albeit not a replication of the architecture exactly, and the degradation that they recognised was there in the new building. So I think that gives the architects, developers and ourselves the mandate to actually have buildings that aren't necessarily entirely about kind of fitting in politely with the surroundings. My salvation on a post-it note. It's apparently paragraph 517, which reads, please, Sarah, yes.
The local community enjoy its special character, which was described as gritty and robust. This character was described as reflective of the community of Anglia Square serves, although it was acknowledged that the buildings and infrastructure of the square have become dated and are in need of rejuvenation. There were comments that any renewal of the square should not lose the existing strong characteristic of contrast and difference which Anglia Square provides and which adds to the wider interest of the city.
And then I think, finally, viability, is important and actually being able to actually develop this site and not restrict the amount of accommodation on the site to the extent where it would just not be financially viable for it to be developed. So, of course, that's, for so many dimensions of this debate, that is a consideration as well. And finally, I promise, this, as has been said, this is an extremely sustainably located site, and there is an encouragement to try and make the most optimum use of brownfield land. And so that is also a factor in terms of establishing what the heights should be of this scheme, but in a way that's mindful, of course, of the impact on heritage assets.
Councillor Davis?
Thanks. This is page 122, and it's about how the degree of harm is measured on the assets. So online there is a grid where you can measure the degree and it comes out with, a rating. So what I don't understand is why on some we have 3 different ratings from the Council, the Planning Inspector and the Secretary of State, because there seems to be a grid that you use and it comes up with a rating. So is this, that's what I'm looking for, is it non-standard? Is the actual measurement non-standard, or is it something that is standardised? Because we've got St Augustine's for the call-in scheme, Secretary of State harm at upper end less than substantial, Planning Inspector moderate harm, Council minor harm. So we've got 3 different, three different versions, but all, as far as I understand, using the same grid methodology.
I would say that is sort of indicative of the fact that professional judgment is exercised here. The fact that you have lots of people with who've assessed this scheme, who've reached different conclusions about it, indicates that it's not an algorithm. It's not a scientific process. It's a sort of matter of professional interpretation to a certain extent, but within the parameters of policies within the National Planning Policy Framework and guidance that exists. So the environmental impact assessment process, which results in an environmental statement being produced, which of course we have for this scheme because it needs it. That assessment is contained within the Heritage and Townscape Impact Assessment for this scheme. That involves a process whereby you first of all identify all the assets which are going to be affected by the scheme and therefore need an assessment. You need to understand what contributes to the significance as a heritage asset of those buildings. You have to understand the sensitivity of the buildings, and that's to an extent related to the level of statutory protection that they've got, the magnitude of change that will occur as a result of development, whether that's to the fabric of those buildings or to the setting of the buildings, and we're talking about setting for the vast majority of assets here, apart from the city centre itself, the conservation area itself, and buildings on Pitt Street. And then, you need to decide whether or not the change that's occurring is adverse, i.e. harmful, beneficial, in terms of sort of revealing better the heritage significance of those buildings, or neutral. So it's a complicated process, and I think that partly explains why there are variations. But I would say that by and large, when it came to the call-in scheme, the judgments that we as a local planning authority made were very close to those that the planning inspector and the Secretary of State made. Now, of course, the planning inspector and the Secretary of State in relation to certain assets took different stance, and that explains why one of the reasons why the inspector recommended approval and the Secretary of State did not accept that. But we have the benefit of those judgments, and so we've tried to kind of take that into account in assessing this new scheme.
Sorry, can I just add to what Ben said? I think it's fair to say that, as Ben said, that we were in broad agreement, we and the inspector and ultimately the Secretary of State were in broad agreement on most of the assets. And where we weren't, when we've looked at the impact of this scheme upon the assets, particularly St Augustine Street, we have St Augustine's Church and Gildencroft Cottages, we have modified our position. So we've used the Secretary of State's assessment as a benchmark, albeit bearing in mind it was actually looking at a different scheme, but we've actually kind of modified our position to reflect what the Secretary of State said about the impact on those groups. That's fair to say, isn't it, Ben?
Just leave my microphone on. Yes, that's correct, David.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Looking at paragraphs 56 and 74, there's mention of a dialogue with both St Augustine's Church and Historic England. And I just wondered if there was an outcome or an update on those conversations, or if it's just in there as a nice to have.
Just to answer those questions, thank you, Chair. Historic England have been engaged in the process throughout, and we have had meetings with the applicant and Historic England to look at certain viewpoints and how the scheme could be amended to address any kind of heritage impact. So I think they have been actively engaged throughout the process, and whilst we still remain at points of disagreement, they have been involved very much. In terms of the church, we haven't had any direct conversations with them, but would be happy to do so. I believe they were specifically about during the kind of construction phases, and we would be more than happy to enter into those conversations.
So going forward, what happens next in those conversations if the development gets permission? Is it for us to approach them, to wait for them to approach us? What happens next?
Well, I'm sure we could reach out to the church and kind of ask them what their concerns were and kind of talk them through with them. I'd be more than happy to do that.
Councillor Chapman.
Thank you. So the Norwich Society note that Sovereign House was unfortunately dropped into Norwich in the 1960s. Then in paragraph 517, at the end of that paragraph, which we've already had an extract of quoting from, the council does not agree with those organisations who advocate an approach that is entirely guided by a mission that this development proposal must fit in and defer to low-rise benchmark that predate the current buildings on the site. I'm just curious how that all matches up with policy DM12, which reads, proposals must proposal should achieve a density in keeping with the existing character and function of the area, taking account of the significance of heritage assets where relevant. Just how have we come to the decision that we are basing this, what we accept, on Sovereign House as opposed to the wider heritage of our city? Where was that decision made? And is that how we are meant to be basing our judgment? Is our judgment based on somebody else's judgment, whose judgment is that Sovereign House is fine and everything else can be based around that? If that makes sense.
I'll try and answer that one. My colleagues might want to assist me. So, are you referring? The Sovereign House. The reference to Sovereign House in terms of sort of setting some kind of agenda for this development it's only in the sense, I suppose, that in the sense that that is the tallest building on the site at the moment, and therefore it was felt that it would be desirable not to actually exceed that. Now that's not a matter of you can build buildings of that height throughout the site and that would be okay. Not at all. I mean, you'll have seen from the plans that Tracy shared that the central portion of the site, where there's less sensitivity in terms of association with heritage assets, are the areas of the site where buildings approach it. Well, there's a building of 8 stories and buildings of 7 stories have been clustered because that's a less sensitive part of the site in terms of how you actually sort of modulate the scale of development in order to achieve the sort of levels of accommodation that are suitable in terms of the density of scheme, whilst minimising the impact on the surrounding historic environment. And so that is reflected, the success of that approach is reflected in the assessment of benefit and harm, and how we have found that only 2 assets are harmed, and at the sort of lower end of less than substantial harm, having gone through that assessment. I'm sure there was more to your question than I've managed to answer, so I'm glad that Sarah's reaching for her button.
Well, I'll add to Ben's answer if I may. I think it's important to acknowledge that Anglia Square has a very different architectural history to the rest of the city. Sorry, I'm trying to see you in. There was a large-scale development in the 60s and 70s, and actually, as you've just heard from that quote in paragraph 517, that difference is really important to that community. And I think this scheme is trying to acknowledge that it needs to sit within a context which has much lower scale buildings, but it needs to also reflect the desires of that community to still be different. I think also, if I can draw your attention to paragraph 486 of the officer report and the 4th bullet point, which talks about the policies in the city centre conservation area. So there is one that says the appropriate scale of new buildings in areas of low significance, which Anglia Square is, the prevailing scale of existing traditional buildings should be respected, but the careful siting of taller buildings and use of larger scale buildings in appropriate locations will be encouraged. And I think this scheme is trying to balance that kind of very historical reference to terraced streets, acknowledge that architectural history of Anglia Square, bring the difference the community wants to see, and do it in a contextual way that responds positively to its surroundings.
I'm grateful to Sarah for citing that paragraph, because it is highly relevant, and it reminds me also of the content in the report, particularly at paragraph 486, where we looked at the management and enhancement policies within the conservation area appraisal that relate specifically to the Anglia Square character area, and to a large extent this scheme fulfills those. Some less so, some more so, but overall, you know, I won't repeat all the aspects of that. You can see those in the report. That demonstrates how, in terms of what we are specifically trying to achieve in Anglia Square and the understanding of the character and appearance of the conservation area, it does achieve quite a few beneficial things.
Okay, anyone else got any last questions? Councillor Stoopy.
Thank you. I think Ben answered one of my next questions in part. That was going to be about how we get to a point where the experts in the council and experts from our consultees have a completely differing view on the level of harm. And I think Ben answered that by saying that there's a professional interpretation involved. So does that mean, from a planning committee perspective, that we should use our own judgment as to whether we consider that harm to be more on the side of the objectors or the council's position that's been put forward?
I think members are at liberty to make a different assessment, but I would urge you on the side of caution. I think officers have taken what is a very detailed assessment. It's taken a lot of time. If you were to try and come to a differing view, I would be expecting you to have done that also detailed level of assessment to justify any alternative position. So unless you have, obviously you're at liberty to do that, then I would just urge caution. I think ours is entirely defensible and robust. David?
I think the other point that
Ben, can you turn your mic on, please? Dave, can you turn yours on?
Thanks. I mean, I think it was in Sarah's introduction, but the level of assessment that we have carried out, or I say we, mostly, well, yeah, it's been a joint assessment. Ben's led on it, but the consultees, I'd suggest that the level of assessment that they've provided isn't as detailed as the one that we've carried out. SAVE comes to a very, very different conclusion on the level of harm. I think they talk about substantial harm. That the inspector kind of totally dismissed that the idea that the call-in scheme even caused substantial harm to the character of the conservation area. Or to individual assets. So I think our advice to you is that particularly that level of harm is totally unwarranted. There's no evidence that's been tested that supports that. And as I said earlier on, where the inspector and the Secretary of State did find that we had maybe underestimated the level of harm from the calling scheme, we've adjusted that, our assessment to reflect that. We don't feel that the consultees have necessarily done that, or certainly there's no evidence that they've actually done that in all cases. So we think the methodology that we've adopted and that we've presented to you is thorough and defensible.
Councillor Stoody, go one more.
Thank you. It would be interesting to know, with the Chair's permission, what the experts from the two remaining experts that are with us think about the assessment of their own detailed work. I suspect if I put a motion forward to defer so that I could do my own investigation into that, it probably would fall. So I will have to make my own judgment on this accordingly. My next question is about paragraph 27 on page 11, going on to page 12, and that is about the Secretary of State's conclusions. And in that, particularly the last three paragraphs, it appears that the conclusion made by the Secretary of State had a cumulative element to it. In a training session that we had as a planning committee recently, we were told that not to make cumulative judgments about harm in whatever capacity it's described as. But the Secretary of State apparently is able to do that. I just wondered if if we were advised properly, please.
In fairness, that obviously the Secretary of State did look at the issues cumulatively, so you're entitled to do that. The Secretary of State did that.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll move on.
Have I been rushed to
No, you're not being rushed at all, but I'd like to get up by 8 o'clock to watch Everton play Newcastle, but that's another 3 hours, so you can ask another question, Ian. We've still got discussions to go through.
No, I understand that, but this is a really important decision that we have to make, and there are still a few questions that I haven't come to. So just aside from heritage for the moment, because it's a question I could have brought up earlier, but then the discussion moved on, and that is about some of the numbers that we've been given, and this one really jumped out. The resident expenditure, paragraph 380, page 94, 36.4 million pounds worth of expenditure per household works out at 33,091 each household, which to me is quite a lot of money, especially if that is disposable income. I trust that some of that is calculated based on housing costs and not just their disposable income. But that suggests to me a very high level of expected expenditure per household in this area. I just wonder where that figure comes from, what evidence there is for that. We're talking about Anglia Square, where incomes are quite low in this particular area, and if they're going to jump up to 33,000 as a disposable income, or certainly after tax, then that does suggest gentrification.
Sorry, Sharon Cousins-Clark, Economic Development. I haven't got the exact figures in front of me, but again, standard multipliers would have been used. I would also say that when you're looking at averages, of course, you've got some people at a top end, some people at a lower end. So, when you average it out, you will get a completely different figure than if you'd use, for example, the median. I actually don't think that that's as high as your sort of thinking is. When you look at the sort of average wage, it will be about that. If you looked at the median wage, it will be about 25,000. Not all of these dwellings are going to be just one person. So then when you look at 2 people in a household, I think it's the sort of level that I would expect.
Okay, thank you for that answer. It is a surprise to me. It sounds like a significant amount of cash per household, and it is quoted as total gross spend per year, which does suggest that they're quite high levels, way above average wage, but also a number of these flats, or a good number of these flats, are one-bed flats, and likely to be single occupancy.
Can I just come back, Councillor Streetley? Yes, sorry. I was just going to say that the table on page 90, which summarises the effect, under residential expenditure, it does show a range, and that figure that you're quoting is, I think, at the that upper range, but the bottom of the range is 21.9. So it is being. I don't think we can predict, obviously, what that expenditure will be, but there is that range that it is likely to fall within.
Thank you. I have asked most of my questions now. There was another one about economics and the expected take-up of the commercial offering. I wondered what commercial offering would be available to the residents that take up first occupancy. What levels of take-up are expected in the initial stages, and would there be a knock-on effect elsewhere in the area of either negative or indeed positive?
Sorry, could you point us to the paragraphs in the report that you're referring to, please?
Yes, I wish I could. And I will, if you bear with me, if someone else has a question, I'll find it.
Councillor Chen.
So my understanding is DM22 compels the applicant to show how they would find alternative premises for community organisations such as the Men's Shed, the artists in residence. Has the applicant provided alternative premises for these organisations?
Well, they're backing up. Councillor Graham, do I answer yours while they're looking these up?
Thank you. In response to Councillor Stootley, I guess a huge proportion of that income would be in rent, but that's beside the point. We're going to have 1,100 households in locked blocks, and we want social cohesion. So I'm wondering about outside letterboxes, so that people organising things in the community can tell them about it.
In terms of letterboxes, I mean, I would have thought the post will go to into the residential lobby area, and individual flats will have their own collection letterbox to collect from. Parcels and things like that we've talked about, they go to the community hub.
Okay, and the other question, buddy? Councillor. Well, I know there's other questions, but we've got two more to be asked, Jim. You can come back on one, yes, please.
In response to Councillor Champion's question, regarding DM22 and protection of community facilities, I think it's important firstly to note the definition of community facilities within the local plan, which is on page 297 of the local plan. So it talks about facilities and uses generally available to and used by the local community at large for the purposes of leisure, social interaction, health and well-being or learning. This will include but not be confined to community centres, historic and community public houses, premises for indoor sports, leisure and cultural centres, places of worship, doctors' surgeries, health centres, creches, playgroups, libraries, schools and other training and educational facilities. In respect of the two specific uses that you've mentioned, and more widely some of the other social enterprises on the site, I'm aware that the developer has been in conversations with some of those users about providing them with alternative units on the site. I'm not at liberty to understand how those conversations have gone. In respect of the artists, I would not consider them to fall within that definition of community use.
Any other question? You've still got your mic on, if you can turn it off, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor, could you ask the question again?
Yes, apologies, I can't find the specific page immediately. I've got quite a few tags. It was about the take-up of the commercial premises. I wondered what would be available to early occupants of the first phase. So what retail and other facilities will be available to them that are not there now, and what is the expected take-up of commercial space, and will there be a knock-on effect, either beneficial or negative, to the local area?
So, just a minute, Chair.
I'm kind of struggling to the net internal area of commercial floor space within phase 1 is 5,906 square metres. Phase 1 and 2, sorry, is 5,906 square metres. You asked.
I asked what will be available in terms of I suppose retail choices. When there was talk of a supermarket, I wondered what else was earmarked, or whether it would be open, I suppose, to demand. I just wondered what facilities will be available to people who move in early on.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's fair enough.
And they got to move the commercial things around while they demolish the other ones?
Yes. I mean, the intention during the construction phase is to keep the square as open as possible during that multi-phase construction programme. So the existing businesses will remain that are in the buildings that have not been demolished. And as the new floor space is available, then either existing tenants will relocate into that, or it will be available to new tenants. You're right, phase 1 includes a large format store in block M, which is intended to be a new food store, and that's something that there's a condition that requires a minimum size of food store to be provided in that early phase. But the intention with the floor space is to provide a range of size of modern floor space which will be, appealing to a full range of town centre type uses. Some of the existing retailers will stay and move into those premises. The aim is to make sure that there are large format stores available, as well as the smaller units suitable for more independent retailers, and they're all things that are proposed to be conditioned as part of this application.
Councillor Gowan, you got your hand up?
Thank you. Just coming on to sort of approach in terms of, as a planning committee, how we can just to ask really officers if in planning terms, it's obviously disappointing that the viability assessments that we have discussed don't seem to stack up or allow more affordable housing on the site, a higher percentage, and it is disappointing in terms of need, it's disappointing in terms of the future of our city, it's disappointing in terms of precedent. There is a substantial amount of public money going into it, and we want a mix of tenure, and we want to provide for people, and to have 10% where we actually require 3 times that in our policies is disappointing for us as councillors. So I wanted to know in planning terms, can we find a legally defensible planning way of requiring more?
We're going to finish tonight, we're going to need shorter questions, and that's a big comment to finish with. Anyone want to answer it?
I mean, the blunt answer is no, because our policies do viability is a material planning consideration in determining the amount of affordable housing. There is a strong argument in pure viability terms for not even providing 10%. We have asked, or we haven't asked, we've required the developer to provide that 10% in order to try and provide a mixed community on the site. So there isn't a planning reason for kind of insisting on more, because the policies that we have adopted and also national planning policies allow for this degree of flexibility in order to allow for development to be brought forward. Because there's, I mean, it's a slightly trite thing, but 10% of something is better than 33% of nothing. We are delivering houses on the, if approval is granted, this scheme would deliver houses, and it would deliver affordable houses, which, and there's no one living on the site at the moment, so it is helping to meet an identified local need. I can understand members' frustrations because there's a desire to actually provide for the needs of the most needy on the housing market, but there is also a requirement to provide general needs housing as well, and this is making a substantial contribution towards doing that, as well as providing more than strictly speaking that they're required to do, whilst still providing a viable form of development.
Councillor.
Thank you. We haven't yet mentioned energy, a really important topic of the day, and I just wanted a bit of clarity around what was mentioned about the air source heat pumps, which is great to see in there. It wasn't clear whether they are just for hot water or whether they were also going to feed into the electric heaters. And also related to that question is, I can't see any mention of solar panels, and I just find it really disappointing that we are building commercial and residential properties without solar panels. Is that really true?
Your first question, the air source heat pumps are to provide hot water only, not space heating. In terms of solar panels, I think there's clearly some scope for solar panels on either the traditional proposed roof forms or the flat roofs. But all of the flat roofs are going to be green roofs, so they are delivering some environmental benefit in terms of biodiversity and sustainable drainage. We have talked to the developers about whether there is scope to up their generation of energy on site through solar panels, but I think it does require additional expenditure on their part. They are already exceeding our policies considerably in terms of what they are providing through air source heat pumps. So the answer is no, we're not, it's not part of their energy strategy, and it isn't something that we can require them to do because they're already going beyond our policy requirement.
Councillor Stevenley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just a few more just to wrap up. For context, we've talked about a couple of other sites, St Crispin's over the road from the roundabout, and there was a mention of the Under the Flyover project, and there was an Under the Flyover project some years ago, just before the previous main application. I just wondered what happened to that, and the context of St Crispin's, were the additional 2 stories that were added to that, was that permitted development?
No, it was granted through planning permission, and as was the change of use from office to student residential. So yeah, what you see being developed on the opposite side of the road was approved through a planning application.
Did that come to committee? Is that one I missed?
Don't know, but it received approval through from the council.
I think the under flyover scheme, I think you're probably talking about the Box Park scheme, which was promoted some years ago, granted planning permission. That application expired now.
Yes, so I understand that it has expired now, but it was presented to us as that it would go ahead regardless of the decision on Anglia Square. And I think the gentleman in the middle at the front there told me when we met a couple of years ago that it was always dependent actually on the result of the Anglia Square So I just wondered if anything like that will come back, because as a committee, I think that was granted unanimously, and it was actually rather good.
Insofar as Anglia Square is concerned, the Section 106 that we were looking at for the call-in scheme, step back a bit. We've always recognised that the area under the flyover needs to be kind of revitalised, and it particularly plays a part in maintaining the function of the large district centre through the development process of Anglia Square. The call-in scheme had kind of 3 scenarios envisaged, which was implementation of the box park, which is the scheme that you're referring to, delivery of a scheme by an alternative scheme by the developer, or a scheme by the council. So there were 3 scenarios. The scenario for the box park is obviously gone, because that application has lapsed. The 2 other scenarios, however, remain, and what we're proposing to secure through the Section 106, I think that's outlined in the table in the report, is either by the developer delivering a scheme which proposes resurfacing, enhanced lighting, some street furniture and power, to enable the use of the area under the flyover for kind of informal events and things like that. I mean, it has in the past been used in its current state for the Magdalen Street Festival for performances and the like. We want to try and make it easier to do that in the future. So that's what the current scheme is aiming to provide.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a number of other questions, but actually I'm just going to leave this and have the last one about the GNLP, and so it's related to massing. And so the GNLP recommended 800 for this area. So as a committee, when we're considering the massing of this in relation to the GNLP, I think there's a paragraph in here, again I can't find it, it states that limited weight should be given to it, and yet we've heard many times about the GNLP and how important it is as a document. So I just wondered, as a committee, how we should consider a 40% uplift or nearly 40% uplift in the number of properties that are going to be proposed here. How we should consider that in terms of the GNLP and this planning application. Is 40% too much as an uplift on a draft recommendation, or otherwise, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll take this one. So I attended the GNLP hearings in respect of the proposed allocation. Obviously there were discussions had in the examination in public on those hearings, and various parties, Norwich Society, Historic England, the Council, the rest of the partnership all took part in that. So because those objections and conversations are kind of effectively still ongoing until the inspector produces his modifications and report, we can give kind of limited weight to that Greater Norwich local plan policy. But I take your point that it proposes a kind of in the region of 800 proposal rather than the 1100 that we've got here today. In writing that in the region of, it's accepted that development viability is really key to bringing this site forward, and a part of what you need to consider is the impact of the scheme that we have in front of us. We have had schemes presented even at that juncture from the Ash Secula scheme and Save in Historic England, which is where they've come up with their number of 600 is what they proposed at that time. It's not supported by development viability, it's not supported by other evidence. We need to determine this application in front of us here today with the evidence that we have in support of it, giving no weight at the moment or limited weight to that GNLP policy as it stands.
Thank you. Well, we will move on to statements now and comments. I will move the recommendation. The recommendation is to approve, and I'll move that. Have I got a seconder? Thank you. Anyone wish to make a statement before we vote, or a comment? Councillor Lovick.
Yes,
I mean, one of the things that we've talked about a lot is the affordable housing. But a question I asked earlier was, what role does the vacant building credit play in that? And we were told quite clearly that we have to adhere to national planning policy guidance, and we have to give credits for that. And so it brings down the compliant affordable level to 22.6%. So although we're talking about we've got a policy of 33%. We couldn't use, well, we did use that, but then it went down to 22.6%. So we've got to, you know, we've flushed out the information here to help other people who, you know, understand the process that we have to go through. So yes, we might have lost 12% of our affordable housing, and that's to the viability. But I don't think we need to keep talking about the 33%, and you know we've lost sort of 23%. I just wanted to make that statement. But I think we do need to bring things to the decision-making time, and I'm just going to say that this is the most significant decision I've had to make in the 27 years that I've been a councillor, and it hasn't been an easy one. I've swung from approval to disapproval, and it's an extremely complex, technically challenging, and it does cover every aspect of planning. And I've listened to the speakers, many of whom are not here now, and I wish to thank them for their valuable contributions, which have, in fact, has made the decision even harder. And I said before, I'd also like to thank the officers for their hard work over a number of years, in some cases, to get us here today. I feel this scheme largely addresses some of the shortcomings of the previous one, and all parties, objectors included, are to be congratulated in the part that they played in the process of bringing forward this improved scheme. There are, however, still areas of the scheme which could be improved. The harm that arises, although it's not, it's low harm, from the development to the setting of two listed buildings, the loss of a locally listed building, the number of single aspect dwellings, and the number of affordable homes. However, I weigh against these matters the broad regeneration benefits of this significant investment into this part of the city, which are substantial in unlocking of brownfield, sustainable brownfield sites and using the 15 million of Homes England, the removal of unsightly vacant buildings, the boost to the city's housing supply, and the much needed 10% of affordable houses. The creation of employment and opportunities for apprenticeship and skills and training, and generally delivering outcomes capable of having a permanent beneficial impact on levels of deprivation in this part of the city. And finally, the other aspect is the confidence it gives to investors and developers that Norwich is a place to do business, and with that possibility of rejuvenating other neglected sites within the city. So that said, I will be supporting this application with the sincere hope of improving the lives of people in this deprived area of the city.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Sands, I had a hand up.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a long day, and I hope you will forbear with me with my statement here. The slide presentation was very, very interesting, and it was fairly obvious from the presentation of the slides showing the two different views that the impact of the scheme, as seen from vantage points around the city, is absolutely minimal, and the removal of sovereign house is going to be a great boon to the city. It's clear to anyone and everyone that Anglia Square is long overdue for redevelopment, and having listened to the presentation by officers and also listened to the various speakers objecting to the development, a number of very good arguments have been made, and I do feel very well prepared to make a decision. The material put out by Ash Sakula was very, very interesting, set of proposals, but they're somewhat fragmented and seem to pay no heed to the key square that exists now, which we call Anglia Square. And I'd ask why before now they have not put forward a formal planning application, and we have a planning application before us now. I've not seen a queue of developers making their way to Norwich other than Western Homes to redevelop the Anglia Square precinct. And yes, we would like to see a greater proportion of affordable and social housing, but as one of our officers already said, 10% of something is far better than 33% of nothing, and the current residential population of Anglia Square is 0. I note substantial comment on the large number of single aspect flats in my ward, I should really say our ward. We have a large development completed in the 1980s and another larger development completed in the past 10 years, and these are single aspect homes and they work very, very well. People, whether they live in the older homes of Sorrel and Campion or the newer homes of the Meadows and Mayflower, they like living there, they like their homes. If we don't approve the application that's before us, we're sending a clear message to other developers that Norwich is closed for development, and other sites that we have in the pipeline, such as the Deal Ground, the Coleman site, the old City Works site, are unlikely to attract developers, and Anglia Square will continue to be a blighted and undeveloped site for decades to come. So I will be putting my approval to this, yes.
Councillor Champion.
I'd like to thank all the officers and all the people who put forward presentations. This has been an incredibly difficult decision process to sort of go through. It concerns me that I feel I'm part of the community that we're talking about here. I go through Anglia Square regularly, I shop there, I speak to lots of residents who use those facilities. My concerns are that we are gentrifying an area for the community and will then exclude the community for whom we're developing the area. People already visit the area. We're trying to get different people to visit the area who've got more money. The desire of the community to be different, it was a quote that we've heard today, but what I'm looking at, the proposals, are actually very standard. They're the kind of proposals you could be, dropped into a city with a parachute all over the world, and you wouldn't know that you're in Anglia Square as is. I think if I was to walk through Anglia Square through these proposals in 10 years' time and go through the development, I don't think I would be comfortable with having decided today to vote for it. And whilst I appreciate we need a development and something needs to happen with Anglia Square, I feel that we're allowing ourselves to be bullied into a position where we are accepting that this is the only option available to us, and that if we don't take this, we're going to be the mud of the world and no one's ever going to come along. And I just don't feel it. The presentations earlier today, when I came in this morning, I was all ready to rubber stamp this. I'd read through the papers, done all, but it doesn't feel right with me, so I'm afraid I'm not going to be voting for this. I'll be voting against.
Councillor Young.
Yes, as others have said, this is a really, really tough decision, and I too have switched from the different sides of the fence. We do need homes. We don't want wasteland. We do not want deteriorating buildings. We don't want exploitative landlords. We don't want Airbnb owners. We don't want offshore company owners. Unfortunately, a lot of those issues are outside of our planning committee remit. And I really hope if this is passed today, that we will all in this room have a renewed determination to do all we can to ensure we have good homes, affordable homes for families in Norwich, even if we can't make a decision that's right for that today, now, because we don't know what's going to happen. There's lots of changes I would like to see in this. And I think it feels like some of it is outside of my control. I would like less parking. I would like to ensure that we have parking for carers to come. I would like to ensure that every single person who lives in this development will have their own safe bike storage. And I would like to see solar panels. There's so much that I would like different. It's really tough.
Councillor Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just before I make my statement, there was a question earlier that Councillor Davis, I think, asked about the SIL payments for healthcare, and I wondered if that was fully covered and whether we need to consider adding that payment to the S106 in order to protect it from the potential for SIL to be removed from the... Councillor Davis, perhaps you could advise on that, whether that was answered satisfactorily or whether there's a need to move this to the section 106.
Thanks. Yeah, I think the answer was that this can't be done through the planning policy, wasn't it? This wasn't something we could have any say over?
That's correct. SIL doesn't pay for healthcare contributions anyway. It's not on the regulation 123 list. So, but then I also said that...
Well, I've got 2 mods on and 1 mod not on. I can't.
Thanks, I've got it. I said that SIL doesn't pay for healthcare improvements. Sorry. Yeah, SIL doesn't pay for healthcare improvements. It's not on the list of approved payments that SIL can be used for. I then also, in response to the question, advised that it was appropriate to actually seek Section 106 contributions through the development management process.
Okay, I'm unable to find the page at the moment, but I thought there was a paragraph in there that stated in certain circumstances it would be acceptable to do that. Perhaps Councillor Davis could find it quickly, because I know she asked the question.
I think what we are suggesting in the 106, or proposing through the 106, is the reservation of floor space, but not a contribution in the manner that the healthcare bodies are asking for.
Okay, I have found it, page 99, and that is the integrated care system requirement. And 409, it says, the ICS have indicated that in the event of SIL funding being unavailable, they request a Section 106 obligation to be used to secure the healthcare contribution. And then in the following paragraph, 410, it says that these tests for the obligation, 1, necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms, directly related to development, and fairly and reasonably related in scale to the kind of development. I think all those tests are met, certainly from my point of view.
I think if you read on in 411 onwards, we kind of say that we don't think they are, and that, as I said in the response, it's not for the development control process to secure funding. But
so it's not within our remit to put a motion forward for that now. Okay, thank you. I probably misunderstood that earlier. Thank you.
Did you want to make a statement there?
Yes, thank you. I think this scheme, compared with the last one, and I'm one of the few on the committee that was present for the last one, is significantly improved. But unfortunately, it was so bad back in 2018. It had to come a long way in order to meet my expectations. I can't vote for this for a number of reasons. I think the heritage, I'm perfectly happy to make the argument that the heritage impact is more than, from my own opinion, is more significant than has been suggested by officers. I think the experts that have come to make their submissions, nearly all of them, in fact, anything that's to do with heritage, they've said that there is substantial harm, and I'm minded to agree with that, because those heritage items are so valuable to history of the city. Pitt Street is a concern to me as well, as a locally listed building. I think it wasn't earmarked for demolition in the previous scheme, and there it is, and that is a concern to me. The history of that, I'd like to actually see that returned as a pub. I think that would be a great project to serve a more modest scheme in the area. In terms of social housing, I accept that there's a 22.6% calculation after the existing buildings are taken into account, but I still think that more could have been done to meet that obligation, and I think rather than putting out a message about Norwich being problematic, we're putting out a message that Norwich is a soft touch for affordable housing if we put this through as it is. I'm voting against. There are some other reasons why I would vote against it, but I have a feeling that this is going to be pushed through, so I will only come back to it if needed.
David, just want to come back.
Just a point of clarification, the locally listed buildings on Pitt Street were proposed for demolition as part of the call-in scheme.
Thank you, I'd forgotten that.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I'd like to echo the thanks to everybody who's been involved in this phenomenal amount of work, and I'd like to add one group of people that we haven't recognised yet, and that's the people who challenged the call-in scheme and took it as high as could go under considerable pressure, and got that kicked out. I'm hearing quite a high level of consensus that that was the right thing to do. So when a planning committee says no to something, you're not saying we don't want this developed, you're saying could do better. And that could do better is still a strong factor that makes me want to vote against it. However, could do better, but it hasn't actually happened in decades. And there's a huge risk that officers might be right, that if we don't accept this, we might not get anything else for a long time. So either way, it's a gamble that the committee will decide is worth it or isn't, and I'm still very torn on that. We don't want a free pass and a soft touch for developers to erode social housing provision and overload existing facilities on the back of public money. So it really could do better, and I remain torn and may actually have to abstain.
Councillor Thomas. Vaughan.
Thank you, Chair. I think this has been an extremely thorough decision-making process. All credit to the staff and to Western Homes, actually. This is certainly one of the biggest decisions I've ever been asked to make. It is a planning meeting, and it's planning criteria. I've had hundreds of emails about this, all with one thing, about the 33%. Keep your promise. Well, actually, it was only one email, just copied hundreds of times, so it's not quite the same thing. But in terms of planning and the need for housing, we need housing. We need social housing. And the 33%, why the 33%? I represent Mile Cross. When we built the Mile Cross council estates, no one was talking about 33%, let alone 10%. It was 100%. But we're not in that area. It's a different world. It's not our land, not our resources. I'd like it to be 100% social housing, but what I like, I've got to reconcile with what's available, what resources we've got, what capacity we've got, what money we've got, and we haven't. This is a private business, public business maybe. But in terms of the planning process, I'd have to put it into context, really. Why I'm sat here. I'm sat here as a Labour City Councillor and Democratic Socialist. I'm sorry, there you are, I am. It's dangerous to say the S word nowadays, so some people might want to suspend me for it, but it's serious stuff. I mean, and my emphasis is on democratic. Having said that, I've got a car, I put petrol in it, and the oil it's come from is almost certainly comes from Saudi Arabia or Qatar. Anything but democratic. But I'm a democratic socialist, but I still drive my car. I'd like to see more public ownership of utilities and infrastructure. But I buy gas from a privately, I buy electricity privately, I telephone privately, I go on trains. When I was made redundant from Citizens Advice Bureau, when our lords and masters decided to make welfare benefits, not qualify for legal aid anymore. So, although I'm a socialist, we live in a mixed economy. I want to see these things. We don't live in a socialist nirvana. But historically, we were homeless back in 1983. I won't wish that on anyone. It's a horrible experience for a family with 3 small children. There weren't enough council houses. Eventually, we got a council house, a lovely 4-bedroom council house, 20 years later, I have to say. And so, we're not there. We need more council houses, but this is not going to cut it in terms of the number of the amount of social housing. But for those who are looking for property, looking for homes, I'm just right chuffed. There's someone here who's willing to develop Anglia Square. So yes, I'm minded, I will be voting for this. Just grateful for whatever housing we can get. Thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I also consider myself a socialist, and I'm here elected to represent the people of Town Close Ward. And every day I work with people who have no money, will never be able to get on the housing ladder. And those people need secure homes. I do their bids for them every week. They're, down at 361. This isn't going to cut it. This is not going to cut it. These people need proper homes, they pay their taxes, they are our citizens. What we're going to be left with is an uninspiring design. It looks exactly like the Riverside from everything I've seen. I just look at them, the view could be from the train station through to the Riverside. Anglia Square is bold, it's brutalist. There is nothing bold about these designs. I don't like the fact that 49%, nearly half of them are single aspect. In here, it says there's not enough light levels. The amenity is not good enough. I won't be voting for this. I don't think something is better than nothing in this situation. I think we should be looking at bold design. We should be looking at how it works with the heritage, and we should be offering the 22.6% calculation that was done on social housing.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Stoops. Sorry?
He's already spoken.
Yep. Yep. He's already spoken. Well, you ain't got free for all. I will put stop to it sooner or later, but yeah, I know he was. Yeah, but I'm not going to just stop people speaking when we're so near the finish to take the vote.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to make a clarification that while I said that the previous one was way beyond my hopes, this one is much better. I have to say, is much better than the last one, and my decision on it was more finely balanced. But as Councillor Davis has said, there were a number of issues that remain. For me, heritage once again is one of those issues, and the social housing provision is perhaps the biggest. We didn't even talk about design, and again, I think that was one of the real downfalls with this. There were some quotes I was going to come up with had we talked about design, but I think I've done the calculation in my head, and I don't think there's much point in continuing with that. But I just wanted to make clear to everybody that it was a much more balanced decision for me to make this time. And affordable housing, had it been close to provision, I might have made that balance.
Thank you. I will say something. Oh, Lucy, do you want to say something first?
Yes, thank you. I'm very conscious that I'm new to the planning committee, so I've listened really carefully and in advance looked and thought about what grounds for decisions there can be, and that's what I think is at the front of my mind now. What you can say no on and what you what won't work in terms of policy. So that's what I've been looking at throughout, and looking at Secretary of State's judgments and what carries through onto this. I'm so grateful to the people that stood up against the first scheme, against pressure, and meant that we've got such a very much better one today. So I know a lot of people did a lot of work about that. I'm at the front of my mind is the importance of retaining the spirit of that area, that it's a community place, that people own it and love it still. I'm concerned about the resilience of the hard landscaping across the piece. I understood there's not going to be rainwater harvesting. They're all planters, and I'm also worried about it fitting into the grain of the city, and the single aspect. What I have understood from today is that many of those things aren't material enough to form strong enough grounds to actually vote against this. So, and I also am very aware that we need houses in the city. So I'll support it today.
Thank you. I'm going to support this today. There's no doubt about that. I did support the last scheme. I think 10% is disgraceful. We should be getting more affordable housing. There's no doubt about that. We should try and push for more, and hopefully try and get more in the future if this gets passed today. But what I'm voting for is that we'll open up other bits of land around Anglia Square, which we own, and we've got our own company. Let's put 100% in there and make the whole area more than 33% with Anglia Square joining in. I mean, that way we'll get the houses around that area to fill for the people who are on the streets now who desperately need accommodation. So I will be voting in favour of this. I just want to thank the planners and everyone who turned up today. I mean, it's been a long day. I mean, even I nearly fell asleep at one time in the morning, but I just managed to keep alive. So I know all the hard work you put in and all the hours and everything like that, and the councillors as well, to tell you the truth, because it's a long old day, and to read this, as Ian and Karen said this morning, we should have put it off for another month to give more time to read. We could have read that for another year, 2 years, and still not got through everything. So for people who really went through it and done all that, thank you. For members of the public, well done for staying. I mean, you've done a really good job, because that must have been a hard job to sit there and listen to all this all day. But thank you very much for the contributions you made. They were all well listened to, and well done that. And the amount of emails people have sent me is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Can I just thank everyone who sent me an email? I never reply to the emails, especially in that way. We'll sorry about Western Homes. That's the second time you've been here. The amount of work you must have put in, you must have been really cheesed off when it went to the Secretary of State and he decided to change it. I'm not allowed to say anything political at the moment because we've got an election coming up next week, so I wouldn't. And I'm going to move to the votes. It's been moved and recommended and seconded that we...
Chair, with the additional condition in the supplementary report.
Yes. Did everyone hear that? No. With additional amendment in the supplementary report.
The additional condition.
Condition in the supplementary report. Well, it's been moved and it's been seconded to agree the plans. All those in favour, please show.
Chair, it's a recorded vote. Members could keep their hands up, please. So it's Councillor Drivers voting in favour, Councillor Sue Sands, Councillor Mike Sands, Councillor Peake, Councillor Galvin, Councillor Vivian Thomas, Councillor Vaughan Thomas, and Councillor Lubbock.
All those against?
Those members voting against are Councillor Stutely, Councillor Davis, Councillor Champion, Councillor Graham, and Councillor Young.
Thank you everyone for turning up. It's been approved by 8-5. Thank you very much, and that is